Hello everybody, my name is Zura and I'm the Codeholic. In today's video, we're going to learn Alpine.js. Alpine.js is a modern, lightweight JavaScript framework, which is especially useful if you want to easily manipulate your DOM elements. It's heavily used with Laravel as well. This video is split into three parts. First, we're going to learn the basics of Alpine.js. And when I say basics, I mean almost everything you might need around Alpine.js. What are Alpine.js components? How to create and use them? How to use the directives such as xdata, xtext, xhtml? How to create reusable data? How to create dataless components? How to create data which is coming from the store? We're going to understand how the scoping works in Alpine.js as well, how to show and hide elements using transition. We're going to understand x-for and x-if statements as well to iterate elements or to conditionally hide and show elements. We're going to also understand how to bind elements using Alpine.js, and we're going to have also a challenge about that, how to bind IDs, how to bind classes, how to bind styles. We're going to understand how to work with event listeners with Alpine.js. We're going to learn how to use in practice Modal, which is a way of two-way data binding. And we're going to have one additional really interesting challenge right here. We're going to understand the usage of x-effect, x-ignore. We're going to understand with x-ref, x-cloak, and we're going to learn also the x-teleport, which is a useful feature if you want to render your models into a body instead of somewhere nested into your DOM. We're going to also learn the basics of magic properties. And then we're going to move on the component section. In the component section, we're going to build a Dropdown component, Modal component, tabs, Carousel, Accordion, notification, and Popover. Let's actually have a look at the dropdowns, what we're going to actually build. So right here, we have this dropdown, which we're going to build completely from scratch. For UI, we're going to use Tailwind CSS. We're going to have the following model, which is also will be which will be built from scratch. We're going to have the following tabs. We're going to have the following carousel. We're going to create the following accordion, the following popover, and also we're going to build the following notification, which after some time shows the progress bar, and after some time it basically displays also the close button on the alert actually works. So that's what we're going to do about components. And finally, we're going to understand a couple of Alpine.js core plugins. For example, a mask plugin, which is for validating and masking the data inserted in the input, how to use the Intersect plugin, Persist, Focus, Collapse. They are pretty useful plugins in my opinion. So just knowing Alpine.js is something which will require just all the basics of Alpine.js will not be enough if you want to build something real. You want to use also existing core plugins. All right. That's all what we're going to learn. So let's immediately jump and start with the basics. And yes, before we start with the basics, if you're new to my channel, please subscribe and like the video. Such type of videos takes a lot of effort and time from me, and your appreciation will be just like, subscribe, and share. If you want to get the source code which is created in this video, you can go on the following repository, the codeholic/Alpine.js course, and get the main branch. This will contain all the final code we're going to write in this video. If you want to get the initial version, you can go in the initial version branch and get that from here. I'm working on a Tailwind CSS Alpine.js e-commerce project, which will be released really soon. And if you are interested on that, make sure you subscribe and enable notifications. That's going to be e-commerce website using Alpine.js and Tailwind CSS. And we're going to have possibilities like add items into the cart, go on the cart page, having a validation on registration, on my profile page, my orders page. We're going to also implement actual models when we click on the invoice button. We're going to have change quantity in the cart. The total is basically evaluated from the based on the quantity multiplied on unit price. We're going to have possibility to add items into watch list, and then this is highlighted as in the watch list. So we go in the watch list, you can remove items from here. We're gonna also have a My Profile section, and that's basically of the whole pack of Alpine.js and Talon CSS e-commerce projects. So if you're interested about that, just hit the subscribe button to be informed about my upcoming videos. All right, thanks a lot, and let's start with the video. All right, let's start learning Alpine.js. I'm going to create a folder on my desktop, and I'm going to call this Alpine.js course. Then I'm going to open this using VS Code. All right, I'm going to create a folder for basics, and inside there, I'm going to create index.html. I'm going to generate boilerplate code. Let's give it title, Alpine.js course. And now I'm going to include Alpine.js from CDN. Let's open Alpine.js documentation. So I'm going to actually be very close to documentation in this tutorial, and I really encourage you to always have your documentation open and have a look. If you're stuck, or if you're learning, or if you're building something, having your documentation open really helps. Okay, let's go in the docs section. You can have a look at the landing page. You will understand the glance, what is Alpine.js, like basics of it. I think you can understand like basics of it. But if you go in the, and I'm going to, you can have a look, overview right here, and there are a couple of small applications like building a counter application, building Dropdown or search input. You can have a look at those. I'm going to go in the installation section. And right here we have two possibilities to install Alpine.js. First is to include from CDN, and the second is to install as an npm package and import and call the start method. In this video, I want to focus on Alpine.js functionalities, and the second approach basically requires to set up a building tool which will support import and export, and then build that into browser compatible version, like Webpack, for example. I don't want to overcomplicate things and spend time on other things rather than Alpine.js. So let's simply include the script from CDN. So we have two options right here. We can include the latest version 3.x, or we can include a specific version. I'm going to actually include the specific version because that version, when it grows, there might be some backward compatibility issues. And if you're watching this video in the future after 1 year, maybe the code what you will see in the video will not work. And I want to avoid this and make this video usable and good for future viewers as well. So I'm going to simply copy that script tag, go in the VS Code, and paste this right here. Okay, so Alpine.js is included, and now we can create already components. Let me actually paste right here our plan. So what we are gonna actually do. And let's start with very basics. How we are going to create Alpine.js component. There are actually two ways to create Alpine.js component. The very first way, which is the most common way, is to add x data to any HTML element. And that turns that div element into Alpine.js component. And of course, not only this div, but any elements which is inside that div. Okay? And inside the data, most common thing is to specify some data. Like in most cases, component has some data associated to that. Okay. For example, I'm going to declare name, for example, Zura, and I'm going to give it also message. Okay, and that message will, let's actually skip message for now and just output the name. Okay, so I'm going to create paragraph and I want to output the name. I'm going to use x text directive. Any attribute starting with x dash is a directive in Alpine.js. And now we need to output name. So I'm going to save this, and now I'm going to right click on in the VS Code and open this with live server. And here it is. And we see Zura right here, which actually proves that Alpine.js started working, and it read that turned into a component, and then we tried to output the name from that data object, and it successfully outputted that. Let's inspect this just in case we have any errors. And I want to change this, and I want to output a message, which we don't have inside xData. So we're going to see an error. Message is not defined. All right. Now let's define a second property, message, and I'm going to write here, hello world. But I'm going to put this world in a text, in a bold tag. Okay, now I save that, and I want to output message. Now observe this. Let's actually leave the name and create another paragraph for message. I want to leave this code for your future reference. Okay, so let's save this, and now as we see in the browser, the world is inside b tags, and this is not actually bold, but we see b tags itself. This is something we want to avoid, so I'm going to use, instead of xtext, I'm going to use xhtml. I save this, and we have a look in the browser, and world now is in bold. And that is exactly what we wanted. Okay. Now let's have a look at another example of how we can use text. I'm going to create div and convert that into Alpine.js component, and I'm going to specify x text right here, and I'm going to make an XML HTTP request. So I'm going to actually call fetch, okay, and I'm going to make a request to a URL like JSON placeholder URL. So JSON placeholder. If you don't know, and if you came across to JSON placeholder for the first time, that's a fake API server. Okay, let's scroll down below, and I'm going to actually get the following URL. So this will simply return one to do. It's going to return JSON. Okay, so I'm going to specify URL right here, and that's going to return promise. So I'm going to put await in front of it, and then I'm going to put this in the parentheses, because that's going to return a response, and on that response I'm going to call JSON, or let's call it actually text, and that's going to return also promise, and I'm going to put another await in front of it. Okay, so that's simply a nature of promises and fetch API. Okay, nothing related to Alpine.js. So if you just run this in a console, it's going to do the job and return something. Okay, but the point is that Alpine.js will await until this will fetch, and then it's going to output the text. So let's save this and have a look in Alpine.js course, and right here we see the JSON data coming from the URL. Okay, which is very awesome. Okay, let's close those two links. All right, let's move on, and we can actually have let's format the code. We can actually have components and data with methods. For example, let's define xData, and let's specify right here a message is click to change, and I'm going to define right here change method. Okay, pay attention that you must declare normal methods, not arrow functions. So something like this will work, but change colon and then arrow right here, this will not work. Actually, so the function will be declared, but because we're going to access the message and we're going to use this keyword inside the change function, then the arrow function will not give us the same thing what we expect. So this keyword inside arrow function doesn't work as expected. Okay, it's simply looks for the parent scope. Okay, I don't want to overcomplicate things again, so just make sure that you always have your change as a normal function, not arrow function. Okay, and you can of course spread this object in multiple lines. Inside change, I'm going to actually change the message. So I'm going to use this message equals changed message. Okay, and now inside the div, I'm going to create span, and inside the span, I'm going to use xText equals message. Okay, and I'm going to also use click. So that's an event listener. We are using event listener right now, but we're going to talk much more about event listeners down below. So for now, just simply remember that this one is an event listener. Whenever someone clicks on the span, it's going to trigger the following thing, and it's going to trigger change function. So we save this, and let's have a look in the browser. Let's actually comment everything above. Save this, and now here we have click to change. So that's the text coming from here. Okay, we can put 2 and we see click to change 2. So now whenever we click on this, the text is changed into changed message. Okay, and that actually shows two things. First, how we can add event listeners to Alpine inside Alpine.js component, and second is that we can actually have methods inside the data. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, now let's continue, and I'm going to talk about reusable data. For example, let's imagine that we have a Dropdown component, which is very, very common example on Alpine.js. So if you have a look in the documentation, you see Dropdown components, examples regarding Dropdowns a lot of times. Okay, I try to be more creative and sometimes switch to different examples, but Dropdown, in my opinion, is a very, very best example for such type of things, exactly for that reusable data, because Dropdowns are used a lot on web applications, right? Okay, and what are the data associated? What is the data associated to the Dropdown? Okay, Dropdown has a state like open. Okay, whether it is opened or not, and we can initially we can set this into false, and we can have a button, and that button basically should open or close the dropdown, and we're going to have the dropdown content. Okay, and whenever we click on the button, so I'm going to use again click event listener, I want to change the dropdown and make it visible. So open equals true. And then inside the div, I'm going to use xshow. That's another directive. I'm going to talk about it more down below. But for now, remember that this div will only be visible if open is true. Otherwise, it will be hidden. Okay, so perfect. Now, if I save this, and let's actually comment this and have a look in the browser. So we see that open close. So we see that content as soon as the page is refreshed and then it disappears. We're going to also see how we can fix that appearing content down below. So you can have a look in the time codes and skip if you want to see that specific section. That's going to be fixed using x-cloak directive. Okay, but for now, let it be flickering, whatever. Okay, but imagine that this is a drop-down, and whenever I click on that, the content appears. When I click on that content, it should disappear. So it should not be true. It should be opposite of open. Okay, if open is true, that's going to be false. If it's false, that's going to be true. Now click appears, click disappears. Imagine that we have that on multiple places, and that open is actually repeated. And even more, we can add right here a method like toggle, which simply reverses the state of open. So this open equals not this, oops, this, let me actually close this, it's kind of annoying, open. Okay, and whenever we click, I want to call the method toggle. It's going to do the same thing. So it works. But now if I just duplicate this component and have Dropdown in other places, now this state is actually duplicated. Okay, that's something I want to avoid and show you how you can have reusable data. For this, I'm going to create inside basics app.js. And let's include the app.js down below the Alpine.js. So script source equals app.js. Okay, let's go in the Alpine.js, and now I want to declare reusable data. For this, I'm going to call alpine.data. What happened? .data. And I'm going to specify the name of the data. And that should be, in my case, I'm going to call this Dropdown. Okay. And then we specify object. So we have open state, which by default is false, and we have toggle, which is a function which does this. Okay, we can copy the following data, replace it, format the code. Perfect. And now just one important thing, the declaring of data should be inside an event called alpine::init. So on document, we need to add event listener alpine::init. And then inside that callback, we need to declare the data. Okay, that's very important. Alpine::init event is triggered as soon as Alpine.js is loaded, but before it is initialized. Okay, now we have that dropdown declared, and right here, instead of that object, I'm going to just declare dropdown. Okay, and everything else can stay the same. If I save this and have a look in the browser, refresh, okay, we have an error. What's the error? Bind is not a function. xdata, xshow, open. Let's go in the app.js. Data dropdown. I think I know the mistake. So right here, instead of specifying an object right here, that should be function which returns an object. Okay, it should be like this. So that should be a function which returns an object. If I save this and have a look in the browser, we don't see any error in the console. I click on the button, content appears, click on it, content disappears. And if I just duplicate this, now we have two dropdowns. Each of them are independent and they use reusable data. Okay, that's very important. So the data is not the same. When I open the second dropdown, it doesn't affect the first one. Just we have that declared one place, but then like behind Alpine.js uses copies of those data into multiple places. Okay, and imagine if that data is much more than just one property in one method. Imagine that this is a very complex but reusable piece of data. Okay, then this approach is really handy. Okay, let's actually remove the second one and talk about dataless components and what's the point about having dataless components. Dataless component is simply a component which is initialized but it doesn't have data. The data can be an empty object or it simply cannot be presented right there. Okay, let's comment the above. And what's the point having component which doesn't have any data? Well, the point is that sometimes you simply want to turn this into an Alpine.js component to have possibilities for event listeners, for example. We can add click on that and like we can alert something, and we can, let's write click me. Okay, so now this will trigger the alert whenever we click on that. We don't need any data. We simply want to alert something, or simply want to make an XML HTTP request to somewhere. So we save that and have a look in the browser. When I click on that, we see alert something. Okay, that's the dataless components. Okay, we can actually have stores in Alpine.js. Store is a single source of data which holds all the data related all the data which is relevant for your application in a single place. Okay, if we want to declare a data for the store, we go in the app.js and let's declare right here Alpine.store. We pass the very first thing is the key, and for example, let's declare state for the current user, and the second argument is object in this case. It's not a function. And let's specify right here username, and I'm going to call this the CodeHolic. Okay, and we can associate it some, for example, posts to that user, like post 1 and post 2. Okay, so that's a data saved in the store. Now let's try to access that data. So first we need to declare Alpine.js component using xData, and then whenever we want to output the data coming from the store, we simply use a magic property. Let's output the data using xtext, magic property $store, and that will give us access to the object, and that object will have right there current user. That's the data we declare right here. And if we want to access the username, we simply type .username. Okay, we save that, we comment this one and have a look in the browser, and we see the CodeHolic right here. Of course, we can access to posts if we need, and we're going to see post 1, post 2. Well, in this case, posts are array, but when we try to convert the array into string, and that's the case which happens right here when we try to output posts, then they are simply combined with comma. Okay, that's how it happens. Okay, let's format the code. Now let's talk about x-init. So at the beginning of the video, I mentioned that there are two ways to initialize components in Alpine.js. One is xData, which is the most common way, but the second way is x-init. Okay, whenever Alpine.js sees component HTML element, let's call it HTML element. Whenever Alpine.js sees an HTML element which has either xData or x-init attribute, it converts that into Alpine.js component. Okay, in this case, this div is also converted into Alpine.js component. And what's the purpose of having x-init? Well, x-init is executed whenever Alpine.js initializes that component. And in this case, we can simply type console.log init. Okay, we save that and have a look in the browser. Let's go in the info and we see init right here. Okay, that init is exactly what is printed right here. There are actually other ways to trigger the init function when the Alpine.js initializes the component. Let's declare another div, in this case with xData, and if inside that xData there is init function, that init function will be called automatically by Alpine.js. So let's print console.log I am initialized. Save this and have a look, and we see init and I'm initialized as well. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, another practical example of init. We declare div with xData, and right here we have, let's say we have the same to-do we wanted to use above right here. Okay, let me actually copy the URL. Okay, so here we have the to-do, but the to-do is actually an empty object. Okay, it doesn't have anything inside. And I'm going to add right now, let's put them on a separate line, x-init, and then I'm going to write to-do equals, and I want to fetch that to-do item. So I simply write await fetch, specify the URL, then we call .json on that, and put another await, similar to what we did above. Okay, again, this is simply JavaScript. It's not Alpine.js specific thing. So if I simply copy this and put this right here in the console and click, it's simply executed and we see the output right here. Okay, and in this case, we make a request, we get the actual JSON response and assign it into this to-do, which is initially an empty object. But after the response is received, that to-do will have like values in it, like ID and title and something. Okay, and in this case, let's actually see what data is returned. We have the completed ID title, and let's actually output the title. So right here, I'm going to just type maybe paragraph with xtext to-do dot title. Okay, we save this and we refresh the page, and then it makes request, gets that data, and outputs this right here. Okay, this is pretty awesome. Okay, let's move on and talk about the next thing, which is scoping. I'm going to comment these things. Okay, what is scoping? Let's declare a couple of Alpine.js components. Okay, so I'm going to declare right now nested components. Like we have the data like name is Zura. We have, let's move this on a new line. So we have age, we have gender as well. Okay, inside that component, I'm going to declare another component which has only name there and age. And inside there, I'm going to declare another Alpine.js component with xdata, of course, which has only name right there. Okay, and then inside, I'm simply printing name. Okay, I'm going to pause right here and you tell me what will be the output, what will be outputted inside this paragraph. My mistake. The name is, for example, Mary. Okay, we have three components nested in each other, and we output right here name. All of these three components have name. What will be outputted right here? Okay, pause the video, think about it, and just fix your answer and then continue watching. All right, you ready to see the answer? Okay, let's have a look. So the answer is Mary. And why does this happen? That's a standard JavaScript scoping. Okay, so first it starts looking for name inside its parent, inside its own Alpine.js component. And in this case, this is the Alpine.js component inside which we actually try to output the name. Okay, if it doesn't find the name, then it goes up. If it doesn't find the name, then it goes up until it reaches until it finds the name, or until it reaches the top level component and there's no name and gives us error. For example, if I simply try to output test right here, we're going to see an error in the console. Test is not defined. Okay. However, what's going to be outputted if I output age right here? Okay. Again, pause, think a bit, think a few seconds about it, and then have a look in the answer. All right, let's have a look in the answer. The answer is actually 25. The approach is the same. It just had a look in this component. It couldn't find name, went above and found, sorry, it couldn't find age right here, went above and find age right here and output it. Okay, and if we simply output gender, of course now the answer will be male because the gender is right here. And again, if we try to output test or something, then we're going to have an error. Okay, that's basically all about scoping. Now let's comment this and talk about getters and setters. Let's actually declare the dropdown data again. So x data, we have open right here, which by default is false. Then we have button right here. Let's actually move this on its own line. We have button right here, which has open / close. We have div right here, content x show equals open. And on that button, whenever we click, we do something. Okay, what do? So let's declare that's an object. And inside that object, we can declare getters and setters. That's pretty normal, nothing special and nothing new. And that actually can be implemented in Alpine.js as well. So we have open, but let's declare get is open. That's a getter which returns this open. And let's declare set is open, which accepts open right here. And then this open, this open equals open. Okay, and we can have, of course, toggle method if we want, which will be this is open. Now I'm using the setter is open equals not this is open. Now I'm using getter right here. So this is getter, this is setter. So we use getter and then we reverse it and use the setter to set it back. And inside click, I'm going to use again toggle. So we save this and have a look in the browser, click on this, opens, click on this, closes. Okay, that's the example of using getters and setters in Alpine.js. All right, we actually talked about xshow, and here's another example of that. Let's actually copy this. I'm going to comment that and paste this down below. And let's remove this getter and setter, and this open equals not this open. Okay, so that's going to simply work. Open, close. Okay, now if you observe the content, it opens and closes immediately without any kind of animation or transition. And that can be fixed, or not maybe fixed, but we can add a transition if we want using x-transition directive. Okay, simply add x-transition, save that, and let's have a look. When I click open, now there is some kind of animation when it opens and closes. Look at this. Okay, it fades in and fades out. But x-transition is a pretty powerful directive and it has a lot of customizations. So let's go in the documentation. So far I haven't opened the documentation. Basically every directive what I explained right here is also explained on official documentation. So some things are very clear while watching the video. Some things might be clear when reading the documentation. So my recommendation again is to watch the video. If things are not clear, open the documentation, have a look right there, make a research. If then still you didn't find anything, of course, I will be glad to help you. Let me know in the comment section down below. But have a look in the documentation first before you start asking your questions. Okay, any directive like x-data, x-text, x-html, x-init, everything basically is explained right here. So you can click that x-init and have a look into more details about that, x-data, anything. Let's have a look in x-transition because that's pretty powerful, as I mentioned. So we have possibility to customize many things like duration, enter duration, leave duration, animation, opacity, scale, and etc. Okay, and let's have a look in the practice. So we have that x transition, and let's say that I want to increase the enter duration. So enter duration to be set to, let's set this on 200 millisecond, and I want to add also leave duration. So I want this to appear fast, but disappear slowly. Like let's set this into 2 seconds. Save, format the code, have a look in the browser. So when I click on this, it appears pretty fast. When I click on this, it then closes very slow. Okay, look at this. Opens fast, closes very slow. Okay. If we have a look in the documentation again, so we do have possibility to specify classes. So what classes we want to be attached to the component on the following phases: enter, enter start, enter end, leave, leave start, leave end. And everything is explained right here. Enter is applied during the entire entering phase. Enter start added before element is inserted, removed 1 frame after the element is inserted. Okay, enter end is added 1 frame after the element is inserted, removed with transition animation finishes. Okay, you should experiment with these directive properties, and whenever it's about animations, you should, in my opinion, you will have to experiment to come up to your desired animation. Okay, let's move on and talk about the next directive, which is x-if. So let's comment this, and x-if basically is pretty much similar to x-show, just there is one important difference. Let's actually copy this because I want to have the same type of like drop-down example or modal example. Okay, we have open, we have toggle, but instead of x-show, let's remove transition, but instead of x-show, I want to have x-if. Well, this will not work. So this will give us unexpected result. We always see the content. Okay, that's because x-if is only available on template element. Template. Like this. So let's get this x-if and add right there. And we can actually move this down below. Okay, now it will work and we see content appears, content disappears. However, there is, as I mentioned, there is more than one difference between x-if and x-show. So as I mentioned, one difference is that x-if must only be added template, x-show can be added on div. Another difference is that you cannot have animations on x-if because the element is actually detached and attached into the DOM. So if we scroll down below and find that place, this one, expand that, we have template, okay? And inside there's document fragment, okay? Now that one is detached. If we click on that, now we see div right here. If we click on it again, the div disappears. However, let's change this into x-show again. X-show open. Save that, and now let's have a look. Where is it? Here it is. We have that, and it has display none. So the element is actually there, but it has display none. When I click on that, then it has display block. Well, the display none is actually removed, which by default has display block. Okay, that's the difference. If we have x-show, the element is still there, but it is hidden. For x-if, the element is removed from the DOM and then re-added. Okay, and that's why you can have animations when using x-if as well. Okay, let's comment this and move on and talk about x-for. So we can actually iterate over elements into Alpine.js as well. So let's declare component with xData and posts. And we have array right here. We have ID 1. We have title and title 1. I'm going to actually declare 2 posts. Let's declare So ID2 and title will be title2. Okay, let's write post1 and post2 to be more specific. Post1 and post2, and I want to iterate over my posts and print the post ID as well as the post title. Okay, how I'm going to do that? So I need to use x4, but x4 must also be used on the template HTML. So we can't have that on div. So I'm going to use template and x4, and then we have post in posts. So basically the first post is the variable, loop variable. You can call this just p if you want. And then inside the template, I'm going to actually have h2, for example, and I want to output using xtext p.title. We save this and have a look in the browser. We see post1 and post2. Let's actually output PID as well. PID concatenated with p title. So 1 post1, 2 post2. Okay, perfect. On loops, it's a good practice to add key attribute. And that key attribute should have a unique identifier of each item from the array which we iterate. Okay, so if we don't have that key and we reorder, sort the items using JavaScript, the Alpine.js might have a hard time to understand how they are actually sorted, and it simply might not work. Okay, so whenever we specify post ID right here, then Alpine.js understands and remembers each individual item, that the post1 with ID1 was the first one, post2 with ID2 was the second one, and then when items are reordered, then it preserves them, and the title 1 will be second and title 2, post2 will be the first one. Okay, you get the idea. So the post.id is a unique identifier of each individual item from the array, and it's a good practice and common practice to specify that. And again, if you don't believe me, you can have a look in the documentation. x4. So right here we have an example and keys. So it is important to specify unique keys for each x4 iteration if you're going to be reordering items. Without dynamic keys, Alpine may have a hard time keeping track of what reorders and will cause odd side effects. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Okay, let's talk about an example how we can actually iterate over a range. For example, we declare template using x4. We do like n in 5. Okay, that actually means that I want to start iterating from 1 to 5. Okay, and let's output right here x text equals n. We save this, have a look in the browser, and we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay, let's move on. And on the next example, okay, how many OKs did I say? I have to create an application which counts how many OKs I say in a single 1 hour video. Okay, let's move on the next one, which is x-bind. That's pretty powerful. So in Alpine.js, we can bind any attributes to element. Okay, let's declare data first, and I'm going to specify right here a flag clicked. So let's specify flag clicked equals false, and I'm going to declare button. Okay, and I'm going to add again an event listener click, which we saw above. We haven't talked about event listeners yet. I know I have it down below right here, but this is simply a click event listener. Okay, so whenever the button is clicked, I'm going to set clicked equals true. And I want to change the button background color whenever the button is clicked. Okay, and I'm gonna actually create style tag right here. For example, yellow, and background color equals yellow. Okay, now look at this, what I'm going to do. I'm going to use xbind colon class equals, if clicked is true, I'm going to add yellow, otherwise I'm going to add an empty string. Okay, I save this and have a look in the browser. Let's give this button text, click me. Okay, I click on that and the button turns into yellow. And if we inspect the button, we see that the button has actual class yellow. And down below, there's that style. Now let's do like this. I'm going to create one more class, which will be like bordered, for example. And that will simply give the button border 1 or 2 pixel solid gray. Save this. Is this the natural color? Solid brown, maybe? Yeah, I haven't added the class to the button. Bordered. Save this. And we see that border. Okay, so when I click that button, look at this. So the old class, which is bordered class, is added right there, is still right there, but the class yellow is added. Okay, so speaking about xbind directive, xbind gives you possibility to bind any attribute on an HTML element. That's not specific to class, but this particular feature is only specific to class. So if we try to add an ID to the element, and we can do that as well. So let me actually remove this and add right here ID. So whenever the button is clicked, the button will have ID yellow. Okay, I save that. Or it can't be only ID, it can be any attribute. As I mentioned, any attribute except class. Let's test this on ID. So I click on that. The button gets an ID yellow right here. If we add ID bordered, whatever, I don't care what's the text right here. So when I click on the button, it has, let's refresh, it doesn't have anything. So it does not have that class, because if the clicked was false, then empty string was assigned to that property. Okay, that was actually lost. If we change this into class, then class preserves that. Okay, refresh the page. The clicked was false, so empty string was concatenated to existing bordered class. Okay, that's something I wanted to mention. But there is another way to avoid, if you don't want the bordered class to be remained, there's another way to add classes to an element. Okay, so let's actually duplicate this. And in this case, by the way, I should also mention this. This xbind is kind of optional. So you can simply remove that and write colon class. Okay, that's going to do the same thing. Okay, now let's talk about the second example. So if we specify inside class an object, and that means yellow should be added only if clicked is true. Okay, that is kind of object. If you're familiar to Vue.js, for example, this is exactly how you can do in Vue.js. Okay, so yellow class is only added when clicked is true. I save this, and now let's have a look. Refresh the page, and both of them are what's that color? Brown. Okay, when I click the first one, it has brown border and yellow background. When I click on second, It should not do that. What just happened? Bordered. That should not happen. So let's have a look in the documentation. I think we did something wrong. Let's have a look in the documentation again. So we talk about bind. Let's have a look binding classes. Okay, and these are the examples of binding classes. We can have, of course, shorthand conditionals if we want. If they close, then we add hidden. Okay, case object syntax. Okay, let's have a look. Alpine offers an additional syntax for toggling classes if you prefer by passing a JavaScript object. Okay, this technique offers a unique advantage to other methods. When using object syntax, Alpine will not preserve original classes applied to an element's class attribute. For example, if you want to apply hidden class to an element before Alpine loads and use Alpine to toggle its existence, you can only achieve that behavior using object syntax. So here's an example, special behavior. So in this case, when we do it like this with conditional approach, for example, if hide is true, then the above example will reserve the following. Opacity class is also there, and hidden class is also attached. If hide is false, DOM element will look like this. Okay, that is maybe something I misunderstood when I first had a look in the documentation. This technique offers a unique advantage to other methods. When using object syntax, Alpine will not preserve original classes applied to an element's class attribute. For example, if you want to apply hidden class to an element before Alpine loads and use Alpine to toggle its existence, you can only achieve that behavior using object syntax. Okay, maybe I misunderstood that. Actually, let me copy and paste. Right now, it's very important for me personally, to fully understand this specific thing. So I'm going to copy and paste my code, which I had prepared, and replace this. I remember I had that cleared out. Okay, let's put that. So the first button has class red, and whenever the button is clicked, we add clicked class to that. In the second case, we have class yellow, and whenever we click on the button, we add clicked class to that in the following way. Okay, now let's have a look. The first one is red. The second one has class yellow, but we don't have any styles for yellow. If we click on the second one, it has yellow and clicked as well. Okay, that is my mistake. I didn't understand that specific thing clearly. My apologies. It's important for me that now I got cleared, and you should also remember that it's your favor just which approach you will use, the conditional approach or object approach. In any case, Alpine.js will remember the classes added using class attribute, okay? And it simply will concatenate conditionally added classes to those classes. I'm going to revert the previous example what we came up. Okay, that's important. All right, let's move on. And talking about binding, I'm going to comment this, or maybe actually I'm going to simply copy one, because I'm going to bind into styles and I'm going to do pretty much similar thing. So let's remove that class, and instead I'm going to bind style. Okay, inside style, I'm going to write color, or let's use background color. Background color if clicked is true, then it will be red. Otherwise, it's going to be an empty string. So I save this and have a look in the browser, inspect the button. I click on this and the background color was added as red. If I click on that, nothing really happens because the clicked should be opposite of clicked. And maybe we should change this right here, opposite of clicked as well. Okay, click, the background color is added as red, and then clicked again and it was changed into it was removed. Let's test how the how this works when we already have style. So we have style, we have, for example, color is green. That's interesting. Actually, it should not be like this, of course. It should be color equals green, like this. Okay, and now we want to add background color. We click on that, the color green is also remained, and the background color was added. So it works in similar way like it was working for classes. It merged those properties into single one, and now the button has green text, red awful button, by the way. And by the way, if you like this video, not this specific button, if you like the video, if you learned something, if you like how I struggled finding out how the Xbind was working on the class, then you hit the like. If you just don't like, you can hit the dislike. However, I will be very sad. Okay, let's move on. So I think it's more or less clear how Xbind actually works on classes and styles, and we can actually bind any attributes as I mentioned. And let's have a look, an actual example for how we can set the ID or any kind of data attribute. Okay, so for example, I'm going to declare a component with xData. Inside there, I'm going to declare an ID with an empty string. And whenever we click on that, let's actually change this into button. So whenever I click on that, I want to generate a random ID and then bind that ID. So we can actually use colon ID equals to ID. So we bind that. And now I'm going to generate a random number multiplied on 1 million, I don't know. And then we round this. Okay, so whenever we click on the button, ID equals to some random number. Okay, and let's give it text button. Let's save this, and now we inspect the button and we don't see anything. It doesn't have ID. It has ID as an empty string. When we click on the button, however, a random number is bound to that ID. So if I keep clicking on the button, the ID of the button basically changes. Okay, and that's the way how you can actually bind any attributes. If I change this into data something, okay, so I click on the button, data something basically changes. So you can bind any attribute as I mentioned. All right, now I have challenge for you. I'm going to copy and paste the challenge, and you have to do this on your own. Okay, the challenge is the following. We have div with xData colors, red, green, and blue. And we need to iterate over colors and display 40 pixel on 40 pixel boxes with the given colors as background color. Okay, we have to generate all boxes inside the colors array with 40 pixel width, 40 pixel height, background, this color. I think the challenge conditions is pretty clear. Okay, pause the video, do this on your own, and then come and see how I'm going to actually do this, because I have not done this before, and I hope I will do that. and will not struggle like I struggle. Anyway. Okay. Now, are you ready to see how I would do that? Okay, perfect. So first of all, because we need to iterate over the elements, we have to use x4. x4 can be used on template. So we use x4 color in colors. So we created that template. Now inside, I'm going to create a div which has we're going to bind style. Okay, we can actually add a normal style attribute with width of 40 pixel and height of 40 pixel. However, we need to bind the background color. Okay, so background color actually should be camel case. Let's move this on a new line. Background color corresponds to color. Okay, whatever is this color. Let's format the code to make it more readable. Okay, and let's give this one also display inline block to show those boxes on a single line. Let's save this and have a look in the browser, and voila, we have that 40 pixel 3 boxes with the following colors. Now if I add more colors inside that array, yellow, brown, etc., now more boxes are added right here. Okay, perfect. Let's save this and move forward. I'm going to comment this, and now let's talk about event listeners. I think I didn't do it correctly. Okay, I'm going to comment this manually. This should be uncommented. Okay, let's talk about x-on. That's a pretty interesting topic. And let's actually open the documentation just in case we need that. Okay, I'm going to declare again component. And inside the component, I'm going to declare a couple of HTML elements, like button, for example. And on that button, I'm going to add a click event listener. And let's just simply print console.log clicked. Okay, clicked. Let's give it a clicked one. Okay, so we saw this before. I'm not going to demonstrate only click, but we're going to see much more events, like input events. So let's declare input with placeholder. We actually don't need placeholder. Let's give it a key up. You can add event listeners to elements using 2 ways: x-on colon in the event name, or add symbol key up. Key up equals to console.log key up. We save this and let's have a look in the browser now. So we have, let's go in the console, unexpected token. Okay. Something just happened. We should use single quotations right here. And right here as well. Okay, when I click on the button, in the info we see clicked. So click printed. If I start typing inside, now we see key up right here. Okay. However, something which I really like in Alpine.js, and which is one of the reasons I felt in love with that, is modifiers. So if you have a look in the documentation, keyboard events, we can have modifiers which makes our life very easy. For example, let's add right here enter. In this case, the console log will only be printed when the key up happens on enter key. Okay, so I start typing, nothing really happens until I hit on the enter and then key up. We see key up enter. Okay, we have much more modifiers like debounce, like once, and much more. Let's actually create more examples on that topic. Okay, so let's create another input with key up, but with once. Okay, console.log once, and this is the second one. So as soon as I start typing, it triggers, but it triggers only once. So if I delete, if I blur and then focus and then continue typing, it really doesn't care. As soon as you once started typing, it triggers that, catches, and that's it. Okay, that's the once modifier. Let's actually duplicate this. I'm going to use now debounce. Debounce is something which generally, if I need, I use a third-party plugin. For example, I used a Vue.js debounce plugin like 1 month ago in my Vue.js application, or I came up to my own solution. But this one is pretty cool. So let's just use debounce. And as soon as I start typing, it doesn't trigger anything. As soon as I stop, then we have an event triggered. Okay, you know how debounce works. If you don't know, I will explain. So when you start typing, it has certain amount of milliseconds. It gathers all your changes and then it emits the event only once. Okay, start typing, nothing happens. As soon as you release, then you get the event. The same thing happens if you start deleting. So you delete and then you release, and then we have a debounce right here emitted. Okay, that's pretty awesome. Okay, another one which I really like is outside modifier. I'm going to actually copy and paste that Modal template. And right here we have Modal false. When I click on the button, Modal turns into true and the Modal content is displayed. And whenever we click outside of the Modal content, so we actually add the event listener on the model itself, but with the outside modifier. Then we set the Modal equals false. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's open the browser and we have show Modal right here. When I click, the Modal content appears. Okay, when I click anywhere outside, then the Modal content disappears. Okay, that's pretty cool. So if we click inside the Modal content, nothing really happens. So it's still there because that's our model. We need to interact with the model. I click outside and it disappears. That's something I really love in Alpine.js. So if we have a look in the keyboard events, we can have a look. We can chain modifiers like shift and enter. We can have a look at the whole list of modifiers like control and space and CMD. And I'm not going to actually try all the combinations right here, but you can experiment and have a look in the documentation and experiment. However, I'm going to talk about how can I access the event object and custom events. So let's try to access the event object. So whenever the button is clicked, if we want, we can have access to the event object with a magic word -sign and event. So I click on the button and right here I have that pointer event and I can access client X, client Y and anything but basically which is relevant for the event. Okay, that's one thing. And second is I want to trigger dispatch custom event. So I'm going to actually create down below a button with click, and whenever this button, let's call this button edit. Okay, whenever the button is clicked, I'm going to use a magic word again, dispatch. Okay, and I'm going to give it name edit. That will dispatch custom event edit, which I can listen on the component level. Okay, so right here I can listen to edit and simply I'm going to write again console log edit was triggered. I save this and have a look in the browser. I click on the first one and we don't get anything. Well, actually I should click this one. So refresh, click on the edit, and edit was triggered. So this was actually printed because this one dispatched the edit event. Okay. Again, I really encourage you to have a look in the documentation. Here are modifiers. We can of course prevent default, call stop propagation, outside, which is this is something we already saw. Window, this is also a very interesting one. So sometimes we want to listen to scroll, but the scroll only happens on window, so we want to add the event listener on window. So I want to listen to scroll, but not scroll of this particular div element, but window scroll. Okay, so I just type window equals console.log, scroll.window equals console.log, scroll. Okay, save this, and if we zoom in this so that we have that scroll available, now if I scroll, I see that scroll printed. You see, the scroll is actually visible on window, but we are listening from the component using this window modifier, which is pretty awesome in my opinion. Okay, in the same way, we can listen events on document. We saw once, debounce, we have throttle as well. The difference between debounce and throttle is that debounce will not release an event and will not dispatch it if you don't stop typing. Okay, the default behavior is 250 milliseconds, which is something I believe can be changed. That's right, so debounce can be also changed. And the throttle, the difference between debounce and throttle is that throttle will release the event in every 250 milliseconds, no matter if you keep typing. Of course, if you stop typing, it's not going to release. So we can have a look again the difference. So this one is, I think, the example of debounce. So I start typing. I think this one is an example of once. So in the below, I start typing, nothing is dispatched, I release, then we see the bounce right here. Okay, so I can duplicate this, and this is throttle. Okay, the last one. So I start typing. I think this one, oh, it should be with, no, I have it correctly. Yeah, the throttle is similar to the bounce, except it will release a handler call every 250 milliseconds instead of referring it indefinitely. That's actually true. So I start typing, but it doesn't release that, which is kind of strange. So if I comment those two, console log, throttle, does the key up work? Okay, the key up works. For the throttle, no, it doesn't actually do anything. Maybe this one doesn't actually work for input, and maybe it works for the window scroll. That's actually also very interesting to have in mind. So I learned something new while I'm recording the video, which is very good for me. Okay, we can test this on window scroll, but the idea is basically pretty clear. Throttle dispatches the event in every 250 milliseconds instead of like referring it indefinitely as debounce actually does. Okay, and you can have a look again the whole documentation of X-on. All right, let's move on the next one. Let's comment all these things. And the next one, I think, is, yeah, X-Modal. Okay, that's the example of two-way data binding. Okay, we're gonna create again div with X data, and inside there we're gonna have keyword, which is by default null. Okay, then we have input with X-Modal keyword, and we have placeholder search for items or something like this, and we have paragraph inside which we output keyword. Save this and have a look in the browser, search for items. I start typing and I immediately see the output. Okay, that's the two-way data binding. If I give an initial value like I don't know, laptop, okay, again this should be in single quotations. So we see laptop right here filled up. So that's the example of two-way data binding. Okay, again, for more information, have a look in the X modal in the documentation. X modal can be added to basically almost all kind of HTML input elements like text areas, input type checkboxes, radios, selects, etc. Okay, and in some cases this returns even array if you have a list of checkboxes or if you have a multi-select box. Yeah, basically select box with multiple true. And this X modal basically also gives you possibility to apply debounce on that as well. That's also very good. So you start typing, and as soon as you release, then the data is changed, and you also have possibility to increase the debounce time. Look at this. So that's pretty awesome. Okay, now we have an interesting challenge. Create a button and 3 inputs. The first input for text, whatever you write inside the input, that should become the text of the button. Second input is for background color. Whatever you type color inside the input, and whatever you type color, the sentence is not correct. Whatever you type inside the input, and it should be valid color, that will become background color of the button. And third input for button ID, whatever you type inside, that will become the button ID. Okay, so I recommend to pause the video right now, work on the challenge, spend 5, maybe 10 minutes on that. If you want to spend more, just spend more. Main thing is that you do the challenge that proves that you understand few things. How you can bind, the first thing, how you can actually bind attributes or classes or styles to an element, how you can add event listeners to those elements. Okay, that's very small but pretty interesting challenge. So pause the recording, pause the video, do the challenge, and then comment back and see my version. All right, now let me actually try to do this. I haven't done this before. So we need to have Alpine component. We need to have a button with 3 inputs. So let's create button. What should be the text of the button? That should be whatever is the first input. Okay, so I create input 1. Let's give it placeholder text. Duplicate this 2 times. Second is background color, and the last one is that's ID. That's the button ID. Okay, now let's declare three properties inside the data. One is text, which is null by default. Second is BG, which is background color, which is null by default. And the third one is ID, which is also null by default. Okay, and I'm going to bind all these 3. So X text equals text, colon ID equals ID, and colon style equals background color is BG, and that should be an object. All right, and now I need to add X modal on all those 3 inputs. Okay, so the first one for text, second for BG, the last one for ID. Okay, I save this, and now let's have a look in the browser. Let's actually put BR right here. Okay, we have button with text, background color, and ID. Let's put text. Click me. Okay, now the button has text. Background color red. Now the button turns into red. And let's inspect the button. It does not have ID at the moment. And if we type something, now the button has ID something right here. Okay, let's change the color into green. The button turns into green. Okay, that was the challenge. That is my version. Okay, move on the next one, which is x-effect. And that one is pretty interesting and pretty powerful in my opinion. So that's kind of magical. So we're going to declare x data. Inside the x data, I'm going to have name equals Zura. Okay, and I'm going to have message as well to be, let's make it null at the moment. So I'm going to declare paragraph inside which I'm going to output a message, which at this moment is null. But I'm going to declare another paragraph with x-effect, and I'm going to write message equals hello plus name. Let's put space right here. Okay, the nature of x-effect is that it analyzes the expression written right here in the quotation, and whenever the value used right here is changed, it's going to re-evaluate that expression. For example, if name is changed, it's going to re-evaluate that, and we're going to have new message. Okay, and it's going to also re-evaluate this very first time when it's initialized. So if we have a look in the browser, we see hello Zura. Now I'm going to create a button right here, and whenever we click on the button, we change name equals John. Okay, now change name. Now if I click on the button, we see hello John. So this one changed name, and because name was changed, this was re-evaluated, and it simply printed a new message right here. Okay, if we have right here console.log something as a hard-coded string, okay, and refresh, console log something. Okay, when I click on this button, we can output name here. Name is Zura. When I click on this, name was changed, but if we have a look in the documentation, again, let's refresh, the something is printed the very first time and the name is Zura. If I change the name, something is not printed anymore, the name was changed, okay? This was not re-evaluated, this wasn't executed because nothing which is used right here was changed. However, if I'm using a name right here, then Zura is printed, and if I change the name, then John is printed. That's pretty powerful. Okay, let's talk about x-ignore. That's also, that might be useful in some cases. So we have Alpine.js component, for example, with name, again, Zura. And if we simply output that like this, it will be printed Zura. But sometimes you might need to ignore the Alpine.js to work on that specific paragraph. So in this case, you're going to use an element x-ignore. Okay, so in this case, Alpine.js will not pay attention anything inside the div, and it will not output Zura right here. If we have a look in the document in the browser, we see the output like this. Okay, all right, let's move on. Next one is xref. Let's declare right here component. We have input and we have button. Okay, and let's say whenever I click on that button, I want the background color or border color of the input to be changed. Okay, so let's give this button click or just simply button. And in this case, I want to access my input using xref. So first I'm giving a reference to the input, and I want to call this, let's give it a placeholder also email, okay? And whenever I click, let's call this button check. So whenever I click on check, let's say that it's going to check something in the background, if the email is used or not, and then it's going to make the border red. Okay, so that is input email. So that is the reference of that input. And let's add event listener, click. And in this case, I'm going to access that input email. And I can access this using $refs magic property. Okay, refs dot input email, and that is already native HTML element. And I can change its style, border, color to be red. Save this and have a look in the browser. When I click on check, we see that the input's border color was changed into red. Okay, that's an example of xref. So you can add xref to any element, and then you can refer using refs, input, email, whatever, and then do whatever you want. Okay, again, for more information, have a look in the documentation for xref. Now let's talk about x-cloak. And if you remember, I mentioned at the beginning, and I can copy and paste some of the drop-down data. Where's the drop-down data? This one, for example. So I'm going to copy this. I mentioned at the beginning that there was a flickering in the drop-down. Where is that? x-cloak. Okay, let's uncomment this. Okay, now we have the drop-down. When I click, we see content. If I simply refresh, we see content and then it disappears. Okay, that generally happens because the div is visible until Alpine.js starts initializing and understands that open should be false and then hides the element. Okay, if we want to fix that, we have to add x-cloak attribute directive to that div, and in this case you must have x-cloak, the following CSS basically on elements which has x-cloak attribute display none with important. Okay, but of course that should be inside style tag. Okay, save this, and now I refresh and I don't see anything. Okay, we don't see the contents. However, if I click on open and close, we see content appears. Okay, that's something to keep in mind. For example, I do genuinely have the following problem on the codeholic.com. So if you just reload the page, the modal, it doesn't do it at the moment. Let's inspect this and have a look. So right click, empty cache and hard reload, the modal appears and then disappears. Look at this. I'm going to fix that using x-cloak. Again, the modal appears and then it disappears. Of course, if my internet is slow until it loads Alpine.js, the modal will be displayed even more. All right, let's move on the next one, which is teleport. The teleport is pretty awesome and very useful for modals. And teleport actually was added in Vue.js as well, in Vue 3. And if you're familiar in Vue 3, that's pretty almost the same right here. The identical basically. Okay, let's say that we have a component and we have like some long content right here, maybe a hierarchy. We have another content right here, and in between we have another component, okay, which has modal false, and of course we have button with click, modal equals true, and we have div with x show modal content. Okay, the button has show modal. Okay, now imagine the case that when we click on the show modal, it shows the modal, but that modal, which basically overlays everything, is very deeply nested in hierarchy. And that might cause some problems. Okay, so if we inspect that modal content, we see that it's inside div, and like it might be even more nested in the real world scenarios. Okay, but it's right now nested in 2 levels. We can actually specify, wrap the div basically inside a template and give it x teleport directive and move this div inside the x teleport. And we have to specify the CSS selector to the teleport. So Alpine will take anything which is inside the template and move inside that element. So in this case, I'm going to specify body. Okay, I want that div to be moved inside body. So I save this and refresh the page and click on show modal, and I see modal content down below. And if we inspect, we see that this div is now inside body. Okay, and if this is a modal and this overlays everything, that genuinely should be inside body element and not inside somewhere very deeply nested. And even this button might be inside paragraph or inside span, and then the div will be added inside paragraph or inside span if we don't use teleport. And that's not actually correct. So if we have this like a span, okay, and then the div will be inside span, which is not semantically correct thing. And it might cause also some bugs on your website. Okay. So that's basically all about directives, what I wanted to mention. The next thing we need to talk is magic properties. So we talked about a couple of magic properties like refs and store, but let's go through all of them and have reference code. Okay, so let's declare xData again, and we can always use a $, element L inside Alpine.js, which refers to the current element. Okay, so if I on click, for example, I'm going to print console log L. Okay, and that button, and that will refer to the element itself on which we are using that L. So in this case, that is the button. Okay. If we call x-init right here, and we call console log init L, that's going to give us the div element. Okay, so we talked about refs, and I'm just gonna basically spend more time on that. We talked about store as well, and we can access that. However, we have not talked about watch. Okay, and that's also a pretty interesting one, and it's very similar to x-effect, but there are a couple of differences as well. So let's have a look in the watch, how we can actually use that. Watch basically accepts a property and a callback. Okay, now let's actually do this right here. So xData, and we have again maybe modal equals false, and we call in x-init we start watching, okay, modal property, and whenever that changes we execute callback, and we can actually print console.log whatever was changed. So the callback, inside the callback we will get the value, okay, new value, and we can print that value right here. Okay, and let's create button, and whenever we click on button, modal equals true, or maybe not modal. Okay, now change for $, watch example. Okay, now I click that watch example and we see true right here. Okay, so that console log is printed. If I click the watch example again, now we see false because we reverse the modal. So that listens to the property, and whenever it changes, it's going to trigger. However, if we want to access, we can access to old value as well right here. Okay, click on that. This is new, this is old, this is new, this is old. Okay, again, for more information, you can have a look in the documentation. Okay, the next one is dispatch, which we already talked as well in event section. The next one is nextTick. That is also a very interesting one. nextTick basically accepts a callback. Let's see in action. So we have xData, and let's specify right here. Well, let's do like this. So we have name Zura. Okay, we have button, change name, and whenever I click on the button, let's output the paragraph inside paragraph name. Okay, and whenever I click on the button, a name equals John. Okay, so if I save that, and we have Zura right here with change name, I click on that, this changes into John. And let's say that I want to access to the inner text of this paragraph, and maybe I can use xref as well, xref p. Okay, and right here, name equals to John. I'm going to put semicolon. Okay, and if I try to access using refs, and I'm going to print console.log refs.p.inner text. Okay, now can you pause the video and think about it? What will be printed right here? So it will be Zura or John. So we clicked, we changed name into John, and then we print console log refs p inner text. What will be the output, John or Zura? Okay, now let's have a look in the answer. The answer, when we change the name, will be Zura. That's still old name, and that because when the console log is printed, Alpine has not finished its change cycle, and the name is still old name. Okay, if we want this to print the new one, that's the case when we want to use nextTick, okay, which accepts a function. Let's remove this. Okay, and in this case, so this accepts a callback function, and inside the callback, we simply write console log refs p inner text. Now let's have a look. So I click change name, and now I see John right here. Okay, that's the nature of nextTick. Okay, so we format the code. Let's talk about root. Let's create component, and inside, again, I have a button, and we talked about element. So if we print element right here, that's going to refer to button. However, if we have div inside there, div, another div, paragraph, something, and then we have button, and when we click on the button, we want to access to the root element of the component. Okay, this element, we can access this using magic property $root. We save this and click on this, and that's the data, this HTML element. Okay, if we have another Alpine component, then this root will give the very first parent component. In this case, it will return this one. Okay, we save this, click on the button, click on this. Okay, and we can add right here like ID1, and ID 2. Click on this with ID 2. Okay, that is this one. And as for the data, the very last one, we have right here x data. We can have again name, message, whatever is right there. Okay, and if we want to access the whole data from somewhere, we can access this using magic property $data. Okay, so this will give us the whole object, and then we can access .name if we want. Okay, I click on data, we see John. If we want to print the whole name, that will be like this. Okay, this proxy object, and we have getter and setter right there. And yeah, whenever we try to access the name, it's going to give us. And we can even use a dropdown, which is reusable data coming from here. We can have reusable data as well. Click on data. This is the dropdown data. Okay, and we can print the data.open. Okay, which is false by default. Okay, so that's basically all about Alpine.js basics. We talked about components. We talked about directives. We talked about some magic properties. ID is another magic property which I haven't mentioned, and let's actually have this for the reference as well. So $ID, and that is also very useful if we want to generate unique IDs for the components. Okay, so let's have a look first right here. So the ID, magic property ID, is generally used in conjunction with the directive xid. Okay, so whenever we call that magic property, which is a function with some text, it's going to generate unique ID for that text. Okay, text input 1, text input 2, if we have 3, 4, etc. Okay, however, sometimes we want to use that in conjunction with label, like input has ID and we want to use the same ID for the label. Okay, in this case, we call the ID function on text input, save inside the data, and then refer as the data. Okay, and we also have possibility in a different way. So in this case, we let's say we pollute the data. So inside data, we might have an ID, the database record ID as well. So that's an HTML element ID. But because we decided to do like so, we polluted the X data. Another way is to use that xid approach. We specify xid and we specify array, and then we are using the magic property $ID. So we can actually copy and paste this right here. Okay, so we specified xid, text input, and then whenever we run ID for text input inside that xid, it's gonna give us always the same ID. Okay, without that, this one will give xid text input 1, this one will give text input 2, but we told that specific div element that text input inside that is always the same. Okay, that's the whole idea of xid, which might be very useful in certain cases. Okay, as I mentioned, that concludes our basics section, and now we can move forward on next section. Now let's build actual components you might need in real-world projects. Okay, I'm going to create another folder, and I'm going to call this components. Inside there, let's create index.html, generate boilerplate code. Let's call this Alpine.js course components. And I'm going to grab that script tags. Let's grab both of them. and put index.html. We don't have that app.js inside components folder, so let's just create that. And I'm going to also include Tailwind CSS because I want to apply some styles to the Alpine.js components, what we just create. So let's open browser and search for Tailwind CSS. Let's go in the docs section and place CDN. And I'm going to grab that script tag and let's put this before Alpine.js. All right, so now whenever I add a class to body, bg gray 200, save that, and let's actually open this in a browser. We see the body has a gray color. We can make this even more gray to make sure that it works. Look at this. Okay, perfect. I'm going to set this into 100, and just like this, we have this gray color. Okay. Next thing I want is to basically paste right here what components we're going to build. So we're going to build an actual dropdown with nice styling, Modal, tabs, Carousel, Accordion notification, and Popover. Okay, let's start with the dropdown, but in this case, that's not going to be a simple the one what we did, but we're going to apply more styling and a few more tweaks to that in actual dropdown. Okay, but we start with the div and x data right there. Of course, the data needs state open, which by default is false. Then let's create a button with open, or let's call this toggle. Okay. And we need to give Tailwind CSS classes to the button. So I'm going to give it padding vertical 1 or maybe 2, padding horizontal maybe 6, background purple 600. On hover, we're going to give it background BG opacity maybe 95. Let's give it text white and rounded MD. MD, and let's give it shadow as well. Okay, let's have a look in the browser how this looks like. Okay, that is our toggle button. Let's give body padding of maybe 8. Okay, now let's format the code. Let's add click. Whenever we click on the button, of course, we set open to be not open. And let's create right here. We can create a div, or I'm going to actually create an order list, and inside there we're going to have a couple of li, and inside li we're going to have a elements. Okay, and let's create one will be open. Let's duplicate this 2 times. So we have edit button and delete, and this one has x show when open is true. We add event listener to the dropdown as well. When somewhere outside is clicked, we set open to be false, and let's give x transition as well. So let's save this and have a look in the browser. I click, that opens nicely. Now let's apply some styling to the dropdown. So let's give this one class BG white. Let's give it width of maybe 160 pixel. Let's save this and have a look. Okay, looks better. Let's give it shadow MD and padding vertical 1, padding horizontal. Let's actually skip the horizontal padding. Okay, now let's add the horizontal padding to each individual A elements. Okay, let's add class right here. Padding vertical 1, padding horizontal 2, and on hover we add BG gray 200. Let's save this. Okay, this looks ugly because we need to give display block to A elements. Okay, this looks much better. Now I'm going to use hero icons. Let's actually grab caret first. like this one, and I'm going to put this inside button next to toggle. Let's see how this looks. Let's close this file. Okay, this looks ugly, of course. On the button, I'm going to give inline flex items center. Okay, this looks much better. And then the SVG will have margin left of 2. Okay, but this one should have the caret basically should be caret right. So I want actual this caret, and whenever I click the button, I want the caret to move down. So we have two ways. One is to have two SVGs right here. One the chevron right, second chevron down, and we hide and show based on the open state. Another example will be to have only one, like chevron right or chevron down. Let's choose actual chevron right. And then we rotate it down whenever state open is true. So let's give this margin left 2. And this is how it looks. Actually, we need to reduce the size. Okay, it looks much better. And whenever I click that, I want this to look down. So we need to add conditional class right here. And I believe there is a class rotate maybe 90 if open is true. Okay, so I add that class. Let's see. Look at this. Now it rotates with 90 degrees down, and we can add transition all as well to have an animation. Look at this. Isn't it good? So we have a nice animation, and let's add few icons for open. Maybe let's search for I for open. Let's put this right here. Let's look for pencil for edit. Maybe this one. Let's put this right here. And let's look for trash icon for delete. I'm going to put this right here. Okay, looks good. Let's have a look in the browser. Doesn't look good. So let's search for A elements. And instead of block, we need to give them flex. I'm using multi-cursor right now, editing all the A elements at the same time. Flex items center. Let's have a look. Okay, looks much better, but it would be good to reduce the size for SVG. So again, I'm using multi-cursor. The cursor is available in all three places. So let's set this into 4 and maybe margin right 2. Okay, this looks much better in my opinion. And I think that concludes our dropdown. If we are not satisfied with the dropdown animation, of course, we can play around with the transition and come up to a different animation. In this case, we have to add right here transition enter, transition enter start, and so on. Those kind of classes. Okay, but we do have our dropdown, which in my opinion looks really nice, and we can just add handlers on that A elements if we want so. Okay, let's move forward. I'm gonna collapse this, and the next thing we're gonna build is Modal. So let's start with the same approach. We are gonna build a component with xdata Modal, let's give it open equals false. Inside there, we are going to have one which will be backdrop. So that's going to be backdrop, and inside backdrop, we're going to have dialog. Okay, let's create another one. That is dialog, and this one is backdrop. Okay, backdrop and the dialog both will be visible whenever open equals true. And let's put right here button. Let's call this toggle modal, And of course, we need to apply some stylings to that. So I'm going to copy classes from the dropdown and add them right here. So we have toggle modal. Whenever we click on that, it's going to set open equals true. So we simply open the modal. And whenever we click, that is backdrop. Okay, let's do like this. Whenever we click outside of dialog, so click outside, then we set open equals false. Okay, and that is modal content. Let's save this and click on toggle modal. Modal content appears. Whenever we click outside, it disappears. That's cool. Now let's add classes to the backdrop as well as to the dialog itself. So for the backdrop, I'm going to give class BG gray or BG black, maybe. Let's give it background black, but with opacity 50, maybe. We need to give it a position fixed, left 0, top 0, bottom 0, and right 0 with the index 10, something like this. So whenever we click toggle modal, look at this. Now backdrop actually opens, and I cannot actually click anywhere else because it overlays everything. If I click somewhere else other than modal content, then it disappears. Now let's focus on the modal content. Let's give this one a width of let's give it half width. Okay, 1/2. Let's give it background white. The modal needs to have title as well, right? So we're going to have one more div, and that will be for modal title. Then let's comment this. Then we're going to have another one for modal body and another one for a footer. Okay, perfect. So for the title, let's give it text modal title, modal content, and in the footer, let's put 2 buttons. Let's actually copy this button and remove the click and repeat this, duplicate this. That's going to be for accept. That's going to be for cancel. And we change for accept, we change the color from BG purple, it's going to be BG emerald, maybe 600. And the other one will be gray, I don't know, 300, something like this. Okay, open modal, we see those buttons. Of course, we need to apply some stylings right now. Let's collapse this. Okay, for the modal content, I'm going to give this one padding of 4. We have the modal title. I'm going to give this one as well padding Y2, padding X4. We can actually put this in even H2. We need to put this in the center. So I'm going to give this one flex, justify center items center, and this one will be displayed in the center. So let's save this, open modal. Okay, this looks awesome. We can add X transition for animation. Okay, however, the animation is applied to backdrop itself as well. Okay, let's leave it as it is right now. For the modal title, we can give font, text LG, font semi-bold. Let's see. Okay, this is modal title. We can slightly change the background color, BG gray 100. Okay, this is modal title. As for the modal footer, I want to give it some styles as well. Maybe I'm going to copy everything from the modal header, and I want to reduce the size of the buttons. So I'm going to change the padding Y into 1 and padding X into 3. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, this looks not bad. However, this should have text gray 800. This one for the cancel button, and this one should be maybe 500, emerald 500. Okay, so we actually implemented the modal content. Whenever we click inside the modal content, nothing really happens. When we click outside, it simply disappears. However, let's add a few more things to the modal dialog. I'm going to give this one rounded extra large. Let's see. And we need to apply that rounded class to modal title, modal header, and modal footer as well. So on both places, let's add rounded. For the title, that should be rounded top extra large. Let's see how this looks. Okay, we have that rounded corners. And for the second one, that should be rounded bottom extra large. Okay, I think extra large is too much. Maybe we set it to LG. Okay, and let's put right here a close icon. That should be an actual button. And let's search for close. And I'm going to copy this, paste right here. And probably we need to apply some styling, right? So this one, the modal title, needs to have flex items center. Let's save this and open modal. Okay, we need to specify justify between as well. Okay, here is our close icon. Whenever we click on close, the modal should close. So on that button, we add on click, open equals false. Okay, just like this, we have our modal. If we want those buttons to be on the right side, we need to apply right here flex, justify, end. Okay, now we have the buttons on the right side, and for the accept button, I'm going to give it margin right 2 maybe. And whenever we click accept or cancel, we can do whatever we want. So on cancel, obviously, we should close, open equals false. As for the accept, I'm going to do the following. So on click, I just call a function method accept. This accept, I'm going to declare on the modal data. So right here, I declare accept, and simply I'm going to console log accepted. So save this. Let's open, let's bring up the console and click on accept, and we see accepted right here. Okay, we can apply responsive classes as well, so that the modal should not always on a half size. That's going to be also necessary. So that will be on half size on extra large devices, but it's going to have width maybe 90%. Maybe 90%, 90 or 100, something like this. No, it doesn't actually work. I don't remember exactly how it is 90%, so let's give it width of full. On extra large screens, it has width 1/2. Okay, this is extra large screen. It should be changed into large or even maybe medium. I open that. It should be maybe medium. Okay, this looks good. And if we reduce the screen size, then it goes on a full screen. However, as I mentioned, I don't want it to be full screen, so maybe I can provide 90%, something like this. Okay. I think that's pretty cool. When I accept, again, we get this. So if we want to apply different styling, then we need to again work with the X transitions. However, one thing which I personally don't like is to the backdrop has also the transition. And another thing is that we learned X teleport, but our modal actually is displayed, is not displayed in body. So probably we should use the teleport, X teleport feature. So where it is. So here is our div, and the modal is open inside the div. So let's actually use teleport feature. So the transition, the backdrop and transition all should be inside template, which will have X teleport equals body. We paste this, save that, and have a look. Okay, and down below we have that body. However, talking about the transition, I want to make few changes. I want the backdrop to be visible without transition, and the dialog needs to have transition. I don't know if this will work because this doesn't have X show, but let's see the result. Okay, so dialog doesn't have transition. So if we add something like this, okay, now look at this. Backdrop opens immediately, but modal has transition. Okay, that's pretty cool. So that's an actual real world like modal scenario. Again, if you want to work on the animations, you have to basically experiment, and in this case that's going to take much more time, so I don't want to spend more time on animations and things like that. Okay, so let's move forward, and the next thing we're going to do is tabs. Okay, pretty interesting one. So let's declare component with xData, and let's declare right here tabs, and we have, for example, home tab, we have users tab, and maybe settings tab. Now I'm going to use x4 right here, tab in tabs. Let's create div. I'm going to put this in one div, which will be the tab controls. And down below, we're going to have another div that will be tab content for each individual tab. Okay, that's going to be for home. And duplicate these 2 times. That's going to be for users. And that's going to be for settings. And we can put home here, users, and settings here. Initially, all of them will be visible. So if we just have a look, we see home, user, settings. However, let's first display controls. xText equals tab, and we see right here controls. And we need to apply styling to that, right? So on the parent element, I'm going to give it flex. On each individual tab, I'm going to give tile1 classes padding y1, padding x3. Let's give it background white and see how that looks. Okay. One of them will be active as well, and this is something we need to handle. So let's create right here active tab equals home. Well, it should be uppercase home. And right here we need to add conditional classes. So colon, we need to expand class right here. So class will be bg. Let's actually give it bg gray 200 if active tab equals current tab. And we need to also give it text blue, maybe 500 with the same condition. If active tab equals tab. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, now the first tab looks like active. However, I don't like styles. So this BG gray 200, maybe we need to set this into, maybe we don't change the background. Let's give it white. Okay, whenever I click on the tab, we need to make this active. So let's format the code. So maybe we need to change this into A, and let's add click handler right here. So when we click on that, active tab equals tab. Let's have a look. Okay, now active tab actually changes. However, we need to display cursor. So cursor pointer, this is something which we should see. Okay, so we can increase vertical padding slightly, and maybe we can put the border instead of BG gray white. Maybe we set border and border blue 1. I don't know. Okay, this doesn't look perfect. Maybe we need to give border with border gray 1, or maybe actually it should be just border gray. Okay, it doesn't work. Let's look for Tailwind CSS and go in the docs and look for border. So we have, okay, if we just set border 2, what just happens? Let's see. So all of them has borders. Okay, the active one has different border, however. So let's actually remove this. Okay, let's set this into border 1. Okay, now we don't see anything. Okay, this is how it should be. And for the active one, we need to change the border color. So that should be border blue, and I think nothing else. No, it doesn't work. Let's see. This is border color. Border, okay, it should be border blue, maybe 500. Okay, I think that looks pretty sweet. So let's change this into purple, because we have all purple colors. Purple. Okay, now we have tab controls, and we need to display the content based on which tab is displayed. So let's add right here xshow if active tab equals to the current tab. Well, we can't have current tab because we don't have a loop right here, and because we need content as well, we need to have separate div elements. Okay, if active tab equals home, then we display this. If active tab equals users, we display this. If active tab equals settings, we display this. Okay, now we see content displayed properly. We can put all this into a single div element, and we can give that div element class padding y2, padding horizontal maybe 3, and bg white. We can give, of course, border if we want. Border. Okay, and now let's give each individual tab x transition. Now let's see what happens. Okay, now the transition leave and transition enter is something not perfect in my opinion. So we can, of course, this can be of course fixed, but yeah, I think we can skip this for now. Okay, the transitions itself, maybe we can do a dedicated video about transitions. Okay, so we implemented tabs as well. I think this looks nice. If we add more tab right here, for example, orders tab, then the tab control is displayed immediately, but we don't have content for that. So we of course need to duplicate this and give this one orders. Save that, and now it's going to be displayed. Okay, let's move on the next component, and the next one is carousel. Okay, for carousel, I think we will need a couple of images. Let's look for maybe Tesla. Let's look for Tesla and grab a couple of images. Okay, I'm going to download this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay, let's save all of them into my desktop, Alpine.js course, components, and I'm going to create right here image folder, and let's call this one JPG. The another one will be 2 JPG. This one will be 3, and this one will be 4. Okay, let's close all those tabs. And now let's implement carousel. So how we're going to do that? We need one image, which will be always in action visible. And down below, we need to have thumbnails, right? So let's create one div with image, and this will have image 1 JPG right there. And down below, we're going to have div, and we're going to have inside there multiple thumbnails, like 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, 2, 3. So it should be 2, 3, and 4. And this one, now let's apply table and CSS classes first. So this one should have flex. Each individual image needs to be maybe wrapped inside. That should be wrapped inside a tag when we. So the carousel can be implemented in two ways. Like we can have the thumbnails clickable, so whenever we click the thumbnail, the image basically changes, or we can have left and right arrows, and whenever we click arrows, it basically changes. I think we should definitely implement arrows. Okay, so let's start with arrows, and maybe we can implement thumbnails later. So I'm going to add x data right here, and we need to actually specify images array. We have image/1 JPG, and if we just duplicate this, 2, 3, and 4, and let's change this once again, 3, 2. Okay, now we need to state for active image as well, and it should be the first one. So we need to add active image is null by default, and on x-init, or we need to have init right here. On init, we set this active image equals this image is 0. But let's add a security check if this image has a length more than 0. In this case, we take the first one, otherwise active image will be null. And right here, we need to bind the source, and that's going to be active image. Okay, this looks nice. Let's put arrows right there. So we display right now all the images, and that's totally fine. So if we simply change the first image into like 2, then the active image will be different one. This one is the active image. Okay, now let's put arrows. for this, let's open hero icons, and I'm going to look for chevron, and we need chevron left and chevron right. So let's create one div. This one is chevron left, and maybe we should put this in a tag with href hashtag, and we need another one, another a tag, and that should be chevron right. Okay, now let's apply some styles to those elements. That should be the controls, basically should be inside this. So this div is the main div which displays the image. So inside there, I'm going to put those elements, and maybe even the div is not necessary. Okay. However, this one should definitely have position relative, because we're going to insert those A elements with position absolute. Okay. So let's give this one absolute, and the first one will have left 0, top needs to be 1 or 2, that's going to be 50%. I think we might need to increase the width and height of that. Let's see how this looks so far. Okay, this is how it looks. It doesn't look in the exact center, and I think we can apply minus how it is, minus translate. Let's have a look in the Tailwind CSS again. We need to look for translate. Okay, translate, and we should have minus possibility as well. Minus translate y and something. So we should specify minus translate 1/2, in my opinion. And then it will be in the center. I hope so. Let's leave this as it is right now, and then we can work on that. And let's give this a text white as well. Let's put this before. Okay. Now we have this chevron. Let's work on the second one. This one will have right 0, top 1/2. And it needs also translate 1/2, and the SVG needs to have height and width both 16. Okay, and this one also needs text white. Okay, now we have those arrows. Now let's implement the functionality. Whenever I click those arrows, it shouldn't jump anywhere like it's doing right now. Instead, it should change the image. So how we're going to do that? First, when we click on that, basically it jumps at the top. So if we just collapse the SVGs and we add right here, click on click with prevent as well. So we need to prevent that jumping to the top. We need to maybe call them methods like activate previews, activate prev, and this one will be activate, or let's simply call prev and next. And I'm going to declare those methods right here. So prev and next. Okay, what do we do here? So we have active image, but we don't have an actual index of the active image. Okay, we can change this and keep track always the active image index, or we can detect the index based on the active image. Okay, so in this case, this image's index of this active image will return index of the currently active image. And then we said this active image equals these images for index -1. However, if the index is already 0 and there's no previous image, this one will give us an error because we try to get images -1. And we can simply fix that with the following if statement. If index is already 0, we can either return and don't do anything, or we can loop the images and choose the other one. But let's see how this works so far. So this is the image. When I click on the left, nothing really happens. Let's actually duplicate this and put this right here. So we get the index. If the index is the last index, so in this case, we should write if this image is length -1. If the image is last index, then we return. Otherwise, we call current index +1. Now, when we click on the next, the image actually changes. Click on next, it changes again. Click on next, changes again. And then it doesn't do anything, so we can go back. Okay, we don't have any animations again, but so far the functionality actually works. If we go down below, and let me actually comment this. So for now, we don't have that. We don't need that. But let's now try to implement actual animation. So right now we have the same image, but it changes the source. So when it changes the source, you cannot have animation. The point is that you need to have multiple images, and then you slide out and slide in the one you want. Okay, so instead of having right here a single image, we need maybe a loop. Template. I'm going to call x4 image in these images. I think this is not necessary. Images, and then we move this up, and the source will be image. However, I'm going to call xShow. The image will be only visible if the active image equals to image. It's something similar what we did for tabs. Okay, we have all images, but we only show the image which is the active one. So let's have a look. Now, the basic idea doesn't change, and the arrows basically work. However, it jumps at the top, which is something I hoped to prevent. Click prevent. Why does it jump at the top? Let's remove this. Let's actually set right here, either remove them and maybe add right here cursor pointer. I can do like this as well. It still jumps at the top. And I think that might happen because the image is actually displayed and hidden. Okay, let's add right here X transition. Now, I think this is better than the old one. Let's implement loops. So when the index is 0, then index will become this image's length, and then we decrease that. Okay, and when the index is the last index, then we set index equals -1, and then we increase that. So now we should have loop. Okay, we have an error. Assignment to constant variable. Right, index is constant. So let's change this into let index. Click, 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 click. Okay. Okay, few things to adjust. First, where are the controls? First, let's change the size into something like 12 or maybe 10. Okay, let's do the same right here. Now, it is not in the center, as I mentioned, so we have two ways. Translate, I think I'm missing y, translate y 1/2. Okay, now I think this one is exactly in the center. Yeah, that was the missing point. Y, now they are in the center. However, because the image width and height is not always fixed, we see that jumping thing, like the scroll also jumps maybe because of that. So here we have two ways to accomplish this. One is to always have the images in the same width, or maybe use aspect ratio plugin of Tailwind CSS. I think that's gonna be pretty cool. Or we can apply classes. Let's put right here, class width will be something in percent. I think this is not going to work. This is not a good idea. So we need aspect ratio, and let's choose aspect video, maybe something like this. So on an element, we add aspect video. So let's wrap this into div. And then on the div, we give with full aspect video. Or maybe we need to do this on image. Let's see. But I think we don't have aspect plugin installed at the moment. Also, the arrows. Also, the arrows are missing. No, we do have aspect. It looks like we do have aspect. Let's add this one, class aspect video. Okay, now it is always stretched. Let's remove this div. Okay, that's not what we want. Let's add those two elements right here. Now let's inspect and have a look. So we have this div which has aspect video. I don't think it actually works. And I think because we aren't including aspect plugin. So if we go in the documentation with play CDN, and down below we have possibility to include plugins as well. And aspect ratio is one of the plugins. So let's actually grab that and include it right here. We don't need probably forms and typography, but we can have them. We are interested in aspect ratio. Now I think we do have aspect ratio, but it doesn't give us the result we expect. Let's change maybe. If we look for aspect again, we can use some custom values for aspect. Actually, let me search for Tailwind CSS image aspect ratio. Locking images to a fixed aspect ratio. Okay, here it is. This is video. Don't see it. I'm not going to start watching the video, but we do have access to the source code. That's a Vue.js thing. Probably it will be in the components. So I just want to have a look at the aspect. We don't have any aspect mentioned here. Okay, that's pretty bad. How to preserve aspect ratio of images with Talon CSS. I think we have to specify with full and object cover. No, that's something different. That's an old way of having aspect ratio in Talon CSS, but actually that's not actually bad idea. So let's actually try this until we discover how the aspect ratio actually works. We can apply it right here. So this one has relative overflow hidden padding bottom 2/2, 2/3, and this one has absolute width height. Should be classes. Let's see. Okay, we don't see anything. Because it doesn't have any height. Padding bottom 2/3. This one doesn't seem to be working. Okay. Okay, I made a slight research, and the thing I think we are missing was that we need to give the image object cover. Okay, let's give this one object cover. Then we can specify right here aspect, maybe video, or we can specify aspect width of 3 and aspect h of 1. We save that, and now we have the width 3 and the height is 1, and then the images always have the same width and height. So we can change the height into 2, and now the images have always the same width and height. This looks cool. However, again, this is the case, we need to work on transition. So also when we click on that, the arrows disappear and then reappear. So I'm going to actually specify right here transition, let's specify duration like 2000 milliseconds. Okay, let's specify transition enter 2000 milliseconds. I think we should need colon here. Okay, let's look for in the Alpine.js documentation. Let's go and look for X transition. We need to look for enter. Transition duration 500 milliseconds. Why that doesn't work? Dot duration 2000 milliseconds or 20,000 milliseconds. That does not seem to be working. Okay, now it started working. Look at this. but while it is displaying, the other one is down below, and then the first one disappears, the other one appears and moves up. That is something we want to avoid. Okay, again, when we click on that, the other image appears right here. It has transition, transform, origin, property, duration. Okay, let's work on this animation. So in the transition down below, I think we have possibility to customize the scale. I want the image to move to the left and the other one to come from the right. Okay, applying CSS classes. That classes basically come from tile and CSS. So let me actually copy that and paste this right here. And let's see how that's gonna work. Okay, the same thing happens. The image comes from below, which is something I don't want. Enter, start, opacity 0, scale. Okay, I guess I have to work out this thing maybe on my own and then give you the answer. Okay, I'm not animation expert, so I have to find out and then understand how to fix my problem. So I was actually going to pause the recording and then find this information on my own, but I'm gonna leave this actually in this video, and I struggle, of course. I'm gonna spend some time on some basic things, but that's how actually I'm gonna find the answer. Okay, so the thing I'm gonna look for is Alpine.js carousel animation. Let's look for animation. Flexible carousel with Alpine.js. Okay. So those are items. Left navigation, right navigation. Scroll snap. Translate. Okay, we have the JavaScript behavior. Show. Okay, the left button right here basically disappears if there is no previews anymore. However, we have loop in our case. Okay, so all these things are actually clear. This carousel is something different. I just want slide animations. Okay, and this is different kind of carousel. Maybe we can look for slide animation. Okay, that's different thing. CSS slide left animation. Okay, so we have that animation. Left is 0. That one is accepted answer. Okay, I didn't find anything promising so far. So this one also doesn't seem to be working. Transition easy out. Duration 3. Let's set 3000. On leave 3000 as well. It doesn't seem to be working. I mean the duration. Okay, I had previously the duration 2000 milliseconds. That's something I want to find out. Now, this one is about to disappear. The other one is about to appear. However, this one should not be visible. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to add, I am going to add those classes and observe. So enter applied during the entire entering phase. So I'm gonna just change this into enter. The enter start is something which added before element is inserted, removed one frame after the element is inserted. Added one frame after the element is inserted, the same time enter start is removed with transition animation finishes. Okay, this is enter end. This is gonna be leave. This is gonna be leave start, and this is gonna be leave end. Now I'm gonna observe. I have duration 2000 milliseconds as well. I'm gonna observe which classes will be added and which classes will be removed. Okay, now let's see what happened. Okay, it was lost. Let's change this. It's actually 2000 milliseconds. So I think I just broke it. Where is the actual class? The actual CSS class is not presented here. Let's try enter dot duration 20,000 millisecond. Should that work? Okay, I think I should just pause this right here as it is. Maybe just remove all these things. I need to make a research. I need to find out and then tell you guys how this should be implemented. If you have answer on that, where is X transition? So let's leave X transition, only X transition. And then we move on the next one. So we implemented carousel. The main thing right here was the functionality. We did implemented that. Now the thing is related to some animation and things. We can add, for example, thumbnails down below. Whenever we click on the thumbnail, then the actual image is activated. We can do that one as well. And let's quickly do this. It's going to be interesting. So this is something we were going to do. So I'm going to wrap all of them inside a. Let's remove href. I'm going to give it a class, cursor pointer inside there. I'm going to paste my images, and I'm going to give this one width maybe 40 pixel, and the image will have object cover, or we can give this one flex as well, items center, justify center. and the parent has display flex. So let's see, down below we have those thumbnails. I think we can increase that 40 pixel into something like 80 pixel. Okay, looks much better. We can give this one border, border purple, or let's give it gray, border gray 200, maybe 300. Okay, we have, and on mouse over, on hover, we give border purple 500. Okay, and whenever we click one of those, it's going to change the image. Okay, so let's add right here. When we click, well, actually this should be rendered using loop, isn't it? So I'm going to take this, put in a template x4 image in images. Paste this right here, and whenever I click that, this, oh, well, we don't need this, active image equals image. And right here we need binding of image using image. Let's actually remove those elements, save and have a look. Okay, whenever we click on that, the image actually changes. Okay, again, the only thing right here we need to adjust is animation, and we can make the active image color as well, something like purple. So border, let's make border purple 600 if active image equals to current image. Okay, now this one is active. Okay, so the functionality is there. It's pretty cool. As you click on arrows, you see that the border is following. Let's zoom in. Border is actually following to the active image, which is pretty cool. So this is the functionality. We struggled on animation, but we couldn't actually resolve that in that time period. Of course, we will resolve that, just we need more time on that. Okay, let's move on the next topic, which is accordion. So I'm going to create div with xData, and let's declare data inside there. Okay, or maybe items, and we're going to have array of objects. Each accordion item will have title, item 1, and body 1. So let's duplicate these a few times. That's gonna be 2, 3, and 4. And now let's create one div which will wrap everything. We need, of course, to iterate. So we need loop x4 item in items, and let's put this div inside, and each item needs to have one section for title, x text equals item dot title, and another one with x maybe HTML with item body. Okay, and let's apply some classes. So padding y1, padding x, 2, bg gray, maybe 200, and let's give it border as well. For the body, we're gonna give padding 2 totally, bg white. Okay, so let's have a look in the design. So those are the headers. We display all of them. However, the body should not be visible unless we open. Okay, so right here we need to have active item. Okay, just like we had for the carousel. Okay, active item is null. Whenever we click the header of the active item, we change active item equals to item, and we display the body if active item equals to current item. Okay, let's see. Click on that. Now body is opened. Okay, however, the point is that we have always one active item. Okay, and just like this, we can't have two active items. All right, now let's add a few tweaks. For the title, I'm going to add cursor pointer. I'm going on hover, I'm going to give it text blue 400 maybe. Let's give this transition all, or maybe colors, so have that nice transition. I think that 200 is too much, maybe BG gray 100. Okay, or maybe 50, BG gray 50. Okay, when I click on that, this one expands. This one doesn't have border, so let's add border. And let's add right here X transition. Okay, so here's the functionality. The animation again is always a problem. I don't like the animation, to be honest, but we can skip that for now. Let's give the title font bold class as well, or maybe semi-bold. Okay, and for more like visibility, let's add right here chevron icon, which opens and closes. That's going to be also interesting thing. So inside the div, well, here's the point. So actually I'm going to create span and move this X text on the span, and I'm going to put right here SVG icon. However, I'm going to add flex justify between to the parent and items center. Okay, now let's go in the hero icons, find the chevron right, put this right here, and this one, I think so far this should look good. I mean, the size is not perfect, so we can reduce this into 4. And whenever we click and it is opened, let's add rotate 90 whenever active item equals item, and we add transition all here as well. Now, whenever we click on the same item, we can actually close it. So we don't close it at the moment, but let's do this as well. So whenever we click on that, active item equals item, we add an if statement, or we just simply do select item and we give item. Let's create method right here, select item. This active item equals given item, but we check if this active item is already item, then this active item equals null. Okay, we just reset that. Otherwise, we make the active item. So open, click, close, open, close. We don't have animation. On that chevron, we don't have any kind of animation. It's simply transi. Okay, that is why we don't have animation. Okay, now we have that nice animation on that chevron, which looks pretty cool. So here is our accordion. Let's move on the next one. And the next one is notifications. So x data, we specify right here. Well, what information do we need about notification? We need title, maybe description, and close. So nothing else. So let's actually work on the template first. We have the div, and we can give this one padding y2, padding 3, padding x4 maybe, bg green 400, text white. Then we have notification message. Let's put lorem in another one, but in this case we have only few words here. So that must be title, class, text, that should be font semi-bold, and margin bottom 2 maybe. So let's see. The color is not good, so that should be maybe BG green 600, or let's try emerald 600. Okay, I think that's good. So we have that notification. This is title, this is body. We probably should give this one text SM, slightly small text, and we need close icon right here. That should be inserted with position absolute. Let's look for close, copy this one, paste it right here. Let's give this button width of 30 pixel, height 30 pixel, rounded full. On mouse over, we give it BG black 10%. Let's see how it looks like so far. Okay, let's give this one transition colors, and give this one as well absolute right 0, top 0. But the parent element, of course, this one should have relative. So the notification must be relative. So here we have that. Maybe we need to change the right to before, top to before. Also, this one needs to have flex, items center, justify center. Okay, now that 4 is too much, reduce into 2. I deleted something. 2. Okay, I think this looks good. When we click on that, the alert basically should disappear. Okay, so how we're going to do that? Visible equals true, and let's add x show only if it is visible. And whenever we click on the button, visible equals false. We can set it like this, or we can completely remove this element from DOM if we want so. So when we click it right now, disappears. That's actually not bad. Let's actually give this kind of timeout so that it automatically disappears after some timeout. So timeout is maybe 5,000 milliseconds. And on init, we need to listen. So whenever timeout basically comes, so we call set timeout with this timeout time then we set this visible equals false. So we save this and let's wait for 5 seconds, and then it should simply disappear, and here it is. Okay, that's also something something really good. We can have also progress, small progress down below, which whenever it reaches till the end, then it simply disappears. So let's create a div right here. That's going to be progress. And inside there, we're going to have another div. This one will have height, maybe 10 pixel, background, black maybe 1/2, and width needs to be like maybe 50%, just for as an example. Okay, so let's comment the timeout code for now. And see how it looks. We don't see that. Let's inspect. Here it is. Okay, it doesn't have, I think, background color. It does not have. Let's give it just BG black. Okay, now we have that. BG black slash BG black. I think I have used BG black over 50. Yeah, that's something I want to use. BG black over 50. Let's have a look. Okay, let's reduce this into 10 maybe. Let's make this slightly rounded. And let's put this at the very bottom. So this one needs to have absolute, left 0, bottom 0, right 0. Okay, and this one, let's give the whole alert slightly more. Padding bottom 4 maybe. Okay, and now this should be increased. Let's actually reduce the height into 6 pixel, and maybe we don't even need rounded. Okay, perfect. Now this one has width 50%, which needs to be calculated. So I'm going to have right here bind class and the width dash something %, and that something % will be per %. Okay, so I'm going to create getter for %, and actually we don't need that curly braces, so I bind the class with something %. But the point is that this will not work. This will not work because Tailwind CSS cannot understand what % will be written right here. So Tailwind CSS generates the final CSS based on what it sees in the HTML. So Tailwind CSS cannot understand whether we're going to have 30% or 50 or 35, whatever. So we shouldn't have maybe class, but we need to change this into style, and we will have width to be that calculated % symbol. Okay, now let's move up, and we need to create get %. And now we need to create getter for that. So we have timeout, and we need to calculate as soon as the notification is displayed, as soon as init is called, how much time is basically passed until it reaches the end, and we show this progress bar. Okay, so I'm going to create one flag. Do we need that flag for actual %? I think we don't need that. So we have set timeout, after which time it should disappear, and we're going to have set interval as well. That person cannot be getter, because it will be retrieved only once when it is getter. I think so. So let's see. So we need set interval first, which will be executed in every, I don't know, 30 milliseconds. Then we get current date, which will be date.now. Then we have future date, const future date, which will be date.now plus this timeout. And then we need to calculate. So future date minus date. From now on, that's going to be the 100%. Okay, so future date minus we need start date right here as well. So const start date, and that's going to be date dot now. Okay, so future date minus start date, that will be 100%. So that basically corresponds to 100%. I'm not writing a code. This is just for understanding. So future date minus start date is 100%. Now some time has already been passed. So the time has been passed is date minus start date. So the current date minus start date has been passed. And that is something we need to calculate how many % that will be. And that's going to be x. So in this case, x will be date minus start date that multiplied on 100%, and that divided on future date minus start date. And that's going to be the %. So this % equals that value. And if we just remove these two lines, or maybe comment them for now, and declare right here %, which will be 0 initially, and we don't need getter. Now let's have a look what happens. So we have an error first thing. % is not defined. %. Comma is missing here. Okay, % is not defined. Visible is not defined. What just happened? Invalid regular expression missing slash. Okay. Let's remove this. So there is some issue, and we probably have a syntax error somewhere. So let's remove those two. Now it's fixed. We don't have any issues. Okay, const date is date now. Let's remove these two values. Date minus start date multiplied on, that should not be %, of course. Okay, look at this. We see the progress bar, and as soon as it reaches the end, it's pretty cool, funny. So we have the progress bar, it reaches the end, and then the alert simply disappears. So if you want to close the alert, you simply click on that. And the only thing missing here is that we can set const interval equals set interval, and whenever the percent reaches 100%, if this percent is more than or equal 100%, then we call clear interval, so that we don't have that interval missing. Okay, so it fills up, and as soon as it reaches the end, then we call clear interval. Or whenever we click on close, let's actually call method close. In this case, we can also call clear interval, and we don't have interval as a property right here, so we simply can create property right here. This interval equals null, and then we specify right here interval. Okay, comma, comma, close. And the notification was not closed but the interval was actually, look at this. So let's refresh the page. So I click on close, the progress was stopped. So interval was actually stopped, and then after some time the notification will disappear. Okay, so I'm going to set this visible equals false. Save that and have a look. Here we have that. And then we have that interval is not defined. That's coming from here probably. That should be this interval again. Refresh. Wait. Boom, disappears. Refresh, click on close, disappears. Okay, that was very interesting. And that's notifications. And now the last one is popover. So let's declare x data. What data do we need on popover? I think we need show, true or false. We need maybe title, test, popover, and we need message. Test, popover, message. Okay, so we put button popover. Let me actually copy and paste styles of the button from maybe Modal. Okay, class equals this. Okay, and let's put right here div, which has x show only when show is true with x transition. And inside there, we're going to have one div for x text. Well, actually, that's going to be a popover header. Inside there, we're going to put span with x text. X text will be title, and we're going to put right here close icon as well. This one. Maybe reduce its size. And this one will have flex justify between items center. We save that, and whenever we click on the button, we set show equals true. However, let's apply some styling to that popover. So I click on that, test popover appears. I want this to be displayed at the top. So we need to apply some styles to that. So the parent one should have a class of relative. This one should have class bgwhite, width of 200 pixel, give it rounded, padding, we don't need padding, on all. Instead, we need padding on Popover body. So this one is Popover header, and down below we need body. So div with x text or x HTML. We need to support HTML in Popover as well. So let's put the Popover into bold, and that's going to be body. And we give this one class padding of 3. Let's now see. Here's our Popover. However, that should not be body, that should be message. And it is displayed right here, which we need to change. Let's give the header as well padding y1, padding x2, and maybe font semi-bold, and this one needs text small. Now the Popover needs to have position absolute, and we need to specify bottom to be 100%. Okay, this is how it is displayed. Then we need to put this in the center. Let's give this one also shadow LG. Okay, here we have the Popover, and we need to put this in the center. So we need to calculate the coordinates of the, like in ideal scenario, we need to calculate the coordinates of the window. We don't want the Popover to go to the outside of the window or below. So like ideal solution will be like this. But I'm not gonna create ideal solution because that's gonna take a lot of time. I'm gonna simply put this in the center. Okay, we can actually put the whole button in the center. So it has position relative, flex, justify, center. So we have the button in the center. We click on the Popover, and the Popover is inserted on the center as well. However, if the button is slightly on the left, like margin left 16, for example, then this is not in the center, and that's something we can try to achieve. Okay, so finally we have that div, which is actually inserted in the center, but we want the Popover to be relative to the button. Okay, again, like I'm going to leave this as a challenge for you. So you need to, whenever we click show true, we can actually change this into show Popover. Okay, as a method, show Popover, and you set this show true, but you need to do the following. You need to give xref to the Popover, actual Popover. You need to give probably xref to button as well. And then right here you access console.log this refs button and this refs Popover. Okay, and let's actually have a look if this really works. Go in the info, click on Popover, and we see button as well as the Popover. And you need to calculate the coordinate of the button, the offset left, offset top, and then you need to calculate the width of the button, the width of the Popover, and then you need to set the Popover left to be exactly in that position so that the Popover is in the center. So if we just have a look in the Popover right here, we need to give this one left coordinate some amount of pixel. I don't know how much, something like this, but that should be calculated value. Okay, and you can give this one also margin, slight margin bottom, maybe 20 pixel, it's too much, 10 pixel, and we can of course using CSS add some values right here. Okay, That's pretty cool. Let's actually add this. The show equals not this show. Okay, that's really, really awesome. So that was good. That was good challenge. Like we have Dropdown. By the way, the Dropdown doesn't have position absolute. I think we need to fix that. So let's go at the top, find that UL and give it absolute. Let's see what happens. Exactly, this is how it should be. So we have Dropdown, we have Modal. I'm going to actually put spacing here, 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 and finally it's Popover here. Let's put BR and then HR and BR. Okay, Modal. We have tabs. We have Carousel. We have Accordion. And we have right here alert. And we have Popover. Let's give this Popover margin bottom or MB20, MB2 maybe. Okay, awesome. All right, I think that concludes our section regarding Alpine.js components. All right, now let's have a look at Alpine.js plugins, a couple of core plugins. Let's go in the docs. On the left side, we have the plugin section. And let's start with mask. I'm going to include the mask plugin using CDN. So I'm going to grab that Alpine.js. Actually, I'm going to grab both of them. And let's create right here plugins. It should be outside. And inside plugins, we need index.html. Then we need right here Alpine.js plugins. Okay, and let's include the script tags. However, I want to include specific version, which is 10.2. And then let's try to use the mask plugin to actually try out the mask plugin. Okay, so I'm going to create first Alpine.js component using xdata, and then we're going to have input, and we're going to have x-mask, and we have to specify right here the pattern. In this case, I'm going to put right here 9999/9999, and we can specify placeholder as well. So that's going to be month, day, year. We save that, and let's actually open this with a live server. And here's our input. So I can't actually type anything. I can only type digits, then another 2 digits, and then only 4 digits. Okay. However, so you can type anything else. However, the bad thing is that this plugin actually cannot give you precise date validation. For example, if I type 22 here, 10, 2000, this is not a valid date because 22nd month doesn't exist. Or if I type just simply 99999999, this is not also a valid date. Okay, if you have a look in the Alpine.js, the mask plugin documentation, we see that this can be used for the date input. And right here we have in the wildcard, we have 3 wildcard characters, like star, which means any character, A means only alpha characters, and 9 means only numerical characters. Okay. It also supports dynamic masks. Okay, that's also interesting. Let's actually copy this, and I'm gonna put this right here. So dynamic masks can be applied, for example, for the credit card validation. If the currently entered value starts with 34, then we have different format. If it starts with 37, then we have if it starts with either 34 or 37, then it has different format. In all other cases, it has more standard format. Okay, let's try this. So if I just type 99 and then I think my mistake, I should put this in the X data. Let's actually put this right here. Okay, it should be inside Alpine component. So if you put this outside of the Alpine component, it simply will not work. Okay, save this, refresh. And now if I just type, you look at this. So it formats with in the following format. However, if I delete this and I start my value with 34 and then continue formatting, it has now different format. First 4 digits, then 6, then 5. Again, if we start with 37, then we have the same format, 4 digits, 6, and 5. In all other cases, we have 4 digits, 4, 4, and again 4. Okay, so you can have a look again if you are interested in this specific plugin. If you think that might be helpful for you, you can check out its documentation. I'm not going to cover all of them. I just want to give you a glance of Alpine.js plugins because some of them are really cool. Even this one is really cool. And this one also gives you possibility to use a pre-built another one, which another validation, which is money. And when you put right here money, then this is how it is actually formatted. For example, 1000.90. Okay, this is and this automatically puts the comma on 1000 separators. Okay, that's how it is formatted. Okay, let's move on the next plugin, which is Intersect. So this plugin is a wrapper of intersection observer, which gives you possibility to trigger code when the element enters into the viewport. Okay, let's grab this and import it right here. And let's change this into specific version, 10.2. And now let's have a look. So we can use x-intersect and give it show true. And whenever this element goes inside the viewport, then it will be simply displayed. Okay, so if I just scroll down, then this element goes in the viewport, and with X transition, it simply appears. Okay, let's grab this and intersect and put this right here. However, I think it will be hard to trigger. If we just refresh, we see the animation because it's already in the viewport. However, if we put right here 100 BR tags, let's see. Okay, now we have a lot of BR tags, and I start scrolling, and as soon as this one gets in the viewport, then it appears. Okay, we can try this once again. We can put more BRs right here. Let's scroll up, refresh. Maybe that's too many. Refresh, scroll down below. Oops, let's try once again. Okay, as soon as it enters in the viewport, then the animation shows. So basically, the Intersect plugin has a couple of configuration options. You can set whenever the element enters, basically the enter is a suffix and it's an alias of x-intersect, and that does basically the same thing. Whenever element enters in the viewport, then we can set the show to true. Well, actually we can trigger any kind of code. For example, when this element enters in the viewport, instead of shown set to true, we can write console.log with single quotes. Okay, shown. Or we can make an HTTP request. We can do whatever we want. Let's go in the console, refresh, and scroll down below. And we see shown right here. Where is the actual element? Yeah, we don't see the actual element because it has x shown. If we simply remove that. Again, let's refresh. Scroll down below. Okay, element enters in the viewport and our code was executed. So that's the high-level idea. In this specific example, we are simply showing the element when this one goes in the viewport. We set the shown to true, so this one will be displayed with animation. We can use this one for lazy image loading. For example, we can create, let's actually leave these BRs, maybe remove slightly, and I'm going to create another element right here. Let's create more real example. Okay, we have an image. Let's use an existing image which we have in the components. Let's grab this one and put in the plugins. Well, this one actually was moved. Okay, now I copied into plugins and excuse me. So if I will put right here one JPG, save that. Let's give this one, or maybe we can wrap this inside div and give this one width of 48 and put the image right there. I think Tailwind CSS is not included, so let's grab Tailwind CSS from components as well. Okay, now let's have a look. We have a lot of PR elements. I'm gonna actually remove them, leave only few. A little more. Okay, that's good. Now let's have a look in the network, and I'm going to go in the image. If I just refresh the page, we see that the request to one JPG is actually made. And that's because, so image is there, we can observe it inside that div, or in the second div, there is the image and it is actually loaded. Okay. However, if we want to apply lazy loading, we can do this using that Intersect plugin. Okay, again, refresh, the request is already made, we scroll down and image is displayed. Now let's change this into using lazy loading. Okay, I am going to create a component. I'm going to actually turn this image into a component on its own, and I'm going to give it source to be one JPG. Okay, this one is the source. And then I'm going to put right here, I can set h equals 47 as well. I can set x-intersect, and I'm going to set show. Let's actually do not like this, but I'm going to set this into x data equals, and then we take out this. Let's remove this one and put it right here. So we have source, or maybe let's call this data source, and we have another source which is null. Okay, and on the image, and on the image using xbind, we are using source, which in this case is null. Okay, and on x-intersect, whenever this element enters in the viewport, I'm going to set the source equals data source. Okay, we save this and let's refresh the page, and the request is actually already made. Why is it made? Because for some reason x-intersect was triggered. Let's add right here more beers. Okay, yeah, the element was actually very close to the viewport and it was displayed, but right now the element, this element is far from down below the viewport, and that's why image is not loaded. If I start scrolling down below, at some point the request is made to the image and image is actually displayed. Okay, let's remove the lower beers. I want to test animation as well. So let's scroll up, refresh. The image is not loaded, scroll down below, and image is automatically immediately displayed. However, we can set right here x, the image basically is always displayed, but if we set x show if the source exists, so if source exists, then image should be displayed. Okay, again, let's scroll up, refresh, scroll down below, image is already displayed. Let's add right here x transition, save that, refresh, scroll down below. We don't actually catch the transition, but let's have a look in the Alpine.js documentation. So we do have possibility, as I mentioned, to trigger that piece of code on when the intersect happens, when the element enters in the viewport. And down below we have modifiers. That modifiers gives us possibility to tweak basically the functionality. So the element enters in the viewport multiple times, and that's exactly the case when we scroll up, scroll down, scroll up, scroll down. So the element leaves and enters in the viewport multiple times. In this case, every time the element goes in the viewport, this one is triggered. Okay, if you format this, and I'm going to put right here console.log, I don't know, set image source. Okay, let's try this, refresh, go in the console. So scroll down below, set image source, scroll up, down below, up, down below. We see that set image source is triggered multiple times. But sometimes, and this is the exact case, lazy image loading, we want to trigger this once. So we set once modifier right here, then we scroll up, refresh the page, scroll down below, the image source is set, scroll up, down below, and then it does not trigger. Okay, so we have other modifiers like half and full, which is exactly what I want to demonstrate. Okay, in our case, I want the source to be set only once. We can remove the console log, and I want it to be displayed when the image is fully inside the viewport. Okay, so I'm going to give this one border as well. Okay, this one has the border. Let's scroll up, and now I start scrolling down. At some point we see the border. Look at this, but the request to the image is not yet made because the plugin will wait until the element is fully in the viewport. Okay, scroll down, 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 and as it reaches fully, then the image, the source is set and the image is displayed. Okay, and the X transition doesn't work because I have mistake right there. Again, refresh, scroll down, and then with transition the image is displayed. Okay, we can set this one to half as well, and this will be triggered when the image is half in the viewport. Look at this, now the image is not loaded, and on half the image is displayed. Okay, it has, I think, other modifiers. You can set the specific threshold when 30%, for example, is in the viewport. Like threshold 50 is basically half. You can set threshold whatever you want, and it has like margin, which is a little bit more complex. You can basically trigger if the element has margin this amount from the left, this amount from the top, then it can be loaded. Okay, this one I actually don't see the case where this margin will be useful, but just for the information, I know it's there. If I need, I can look up and experiment with it and just try. Okay, I want to move on the next plugin, which is Persist. The Persist basically will give you possibility to save the state of the component into local storage or session storage and reapply it later. Okay, this one is pretty cool. So for example, here is an example. Yeah, I was experimenting with this, and when you open this page, okay, the increment right here, you will see 0. Okay, and that's the initial value. I can actually inspect this, go in the application, cookies, and I think by default it saves in the cookies. And I'm going to clear everything right here and refresh the page. No, it doesn't save in the cookies. Probably it saves in the local storage, xcount. That's right. So I cleared this, refresh. Now I see 0 right here. Okay, so basically we give the initial value using persist, and I click on increment button, and then the value increases, and then when I reload the page, I still see 4 because that's gonna save and persist in the storage. So actually, let's experiment with this one as well. So I'm gonna get that script tag and import this right here, change this into 10.2, and let's scroll down below and let's create comment persist, and down below let's create x data. Actually we should create x data like this maybe, and we need count using a magic property persist 0, and then we're gonna have a button, and this button will have click. We can actually copy this. I can type, of course. I just to save some time, let's actually copy this, okay, and paste this right here, and let's try to have a look. We see that button. Let's give this one this one is actually a button, but because Tailwind CSS, this one actually doesn't have any styling. So I am going to first comment that intersect and comment this one as well. And let me actually copy styles from that drop-down button from the components. And let's give this one class, paste it here, and we have this increment button. And we have count right here, but if we have a look in the console, we have an error. Count is not defined. Persist. Okay, T is missing. Okay, now we see count 0 right here. I click the increment button and the count increases. I reload the page and it stays to 3. Okay, that's really handy if you quickly want to save user information in local storage or session storage or inside cookies. You can actually do that. The Persist plugin gives you possibility to use a different kind of storage. By default, it uses local storage, but right here, let's scroll down below. We do have possibility to change that storage using a custom storage, and just we need to specify using method right here in session storage. Okay, I'm going to put right here using session storage, save that, refresh, and now it's 0 because it basically tries to have a look in the session storage, and inside session storage we have the x count to be 0. I keep on clicking, then x count inside session storage increases. Now, if we have a look in the local storage, we have x count 3, which is set previously before we actually set using session storage. And inside session storage, we have 5. If I simply reload the page, now this one is 5. If I now remove that using session storage, or I'm going to set this using local storage, now this one will read 3 because it's going to read from the local storage. Okay, there's also possibility to change the key in the session storage, because this one, it automatically basically prefixes the variable right here. Okay, this one is variable count, it prefixes with x, and we can actually set this and give this one as, and then the name. Okay, it's going to be my count. I'm going to save this, and now there's my count in the local storage, which is 0. There's x count, of course, which is set previously, but this one is not used at the moment. I keep clicking on that, and here's my count. I refresh, and here's my count. Okay, that's pretty cool. So for example, we can create another example, div with x data. Then I'm going to enter here name, which is null, input, and I'm going to give this one x modal to be name, and I'm going to use persist null, and as user dash name. Okay, I save this, and now we have the input. It's going to use the local storage. We see username, which is null, and I'm going to type Zura. Okay, I refresh the page, and Zura stays right here, which is, in my opinion, this is pretty cool. All right, that's the whole idea of this Persist plugin. As I mentioned, we can use custom storage, and we can even create cookie storage if we want. The main thing is that we need to implement getItem and setItem methods, and just like that, we can use cookie storage, and it's going to be used in the cookie storage. Okay. Here we can use that with the dropdown, and whenever we open the dropdown and refresh the page, the dropdown will be actually opened. Or the most common one probably is to use in the dark mode. So you make the dark mode on property as a persistent property, and whenever user just switches the dark mode and light mode, then it's going to save in the local storage. All right, that's pretty cool. This is something which I will probably implement. So I have my website, thecodeholic.com, which I recently created. And by the way, I have a Laravel tutorial, about 3 hours tutorial, how I created that website. This one also supports white mode. If we simply inspect this and remove the class dark right here, then it turns into white mode. Okay, probably I'm going to add a switch somewhere in the header, and then I'm going to use Alpine.js Persist plugin to simply save that. Okay. All right, let's move on the next plugin, which is Focus. Okay, I don't remember exactly what this plugin actually does. Okay, I see. Yeah, I remembered. Yeah, I was experimenting with these plugins a few days ago, so I don't remember everything by heart. So, but this plugin also is really good. And the idea of this plugin is that whenever you open a modal, for example, and you want to navigate using tab. So I'm going to hit tab right now, then it switches to the next input. I'm going to hit tab again, then it switches to the close dialog button. I'm going to hit tab again, and it jumps into the first input. So basically it cycles between these 3 elements inside the modal. Okay, and that's really handy, generally speaking, when you are entering data using modals. Without that plugin, when you start hitting the tab, it's gonna basically go through all the elements on your DOM. Okay, this one is small but really handy plugin. Let's actually test this on our in our VS Code, because we also want to save that as a reference on our GitHub. So I'm gonna actually comment the persist and try Focus. Oops, let's create div with x data, and inside there, oops, the script tag should be at the top, of course, and change this into 10.2. And let's actually grab this. This plugin, by the way, this plugin was previously called Trap. Trap's functionality has been absorbed into this plugin along with additional functionality. You can swap Trap for Focus without any breaking changes. Okay, so the previous name was Trap. And actually the directive is xtrap. And this one accepts a JS expression. Okay, let's actually grab this code and put this one right inside our component. I think we don't need the outer component. And let's test this. So we have this open dialog. I'm going to click on that. It opens the dialog. Again, Tile and CSS basically applies some default styles to that. So hit tab on the next input, hit tab, which comes right here, and tab, and it returns back to the first input. Okay, this is something which is demonstrated right here as well. We actually have possibility to have nested dialogues. You can have, we do have one dialog using x-trap open, and inside there we can have another component, the similar component with another x-trap inside, and then it simply works. So what's the point? Now I have a question. What's the point of giving value to x-trap? Focus offers a dedicated API for trapping focus within an element. The x-trap directive. Okay, this gives me a feeling that if I set this into false, lowercase false, then the focus will not be retained inside this element. Okay, let's try this out. We open the dialog and click on tab, tab, and tab. Okay, and now look at this. Here, this is the place where now focus jumps. Okay, and this is exactly what trap does. If I set the trap to true, then click, then the basically focus is always inside the element. Now, one important thing why you should have this open and not true, for example, if you have another input down below, which is outside of Modal, and you click tab, it basically doesn't focus inside that input, because this one is always true and focus is always inside that HTML element. So we open that, click tab, 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 and it's always there. If I close that, why it doesn't close? It should be not open. Open that, again, close that, and now the tab doesn't come right here. However, if we set this into open, we open this, we see tab works, close that, and when I hit the tab, then focus comes right here. Okay, the x-trap will give you possibility to remain the focus inside that HTML element or not. That's as simple as that. And again, if you are interested to see, like to find out more about that specific plugin, you can check out its modifiers and its API, basically everything what you need. So you can actually use the API as well. This is something maybe worth mentioning. And you can, when you click the first one, then jumps right here. Let's actually close this. Let's scroll down below. When you click the first one, second, and third, you actually have possibility. How should I do that? I should do that using my arrows. Okay, I click on the first, then using arrows, I can navigate between these buttons. And that's using key up right, focus next, and focus previous. And that focus basically is a magic property which gives you API access. Right here we see everything basically about that magic property. Get first, get last, get previous, and so on. All right, let's move on the next one, which is collapse. The collapse, I think, is very simple. It will open and collapse the component using animation, and we can set the duration for the animation if we want. This one will open very slow. And we can set the minimum width for the element. The 50 pixel, for example, is always visible, and that's the exact case right here. Okay, so I'm gonna get just one example, maybe this one first. Let's grab the code. I want to leave this as a reference. Okay, so this one is collapse. the script tag should be included right here. The version is 10.2. Then let's grab this x data, and maybe inside the paragraph I'm going to generate lorem ipsum text. Now let's have a look. Toggle content, I'm going to click that. The content opens with animation, click that, then it closes. Let's set this minimum 50 pixel. Okay, now 50 pixel is always visible, and it opens more and less. We can create read more behavior like that. So we always show 50 pixel content, and then we can set read more, maybe right here. Let's create maybe a element read more, which basically will do the same whenever we click on that element. Well, we can actually move this button down below, and I think this is exactly what we should do. So read more, and let's have a look. So we have read more right here, and then we can change this into read less, for example. So it opens and closes. Of course, we can apply some stylings to that, but do we have possibility to actually catch when it is open or not? Yeah, we do have. So if the expanded is true, it's obviously opened, and we can set the, using x text, we can set if expanded, then read less. Otherwise, we give read more. Okay, let's have a look. Read more, read less. Okay, that's the collapse plugin. It's also really useful. And the last one is Morph. And this one is pretty powerful and interesting one. The Morph plugin basically gives you possibility to intelligently update your DOM. Okay, to morph an element on the page with the provided HTML template. And this one is pretty useful when the content, HTML content, comes from backend frameworks like Laravel Livewire, for example. So let's have a look at the idea. So this is the actual DOM, and this one is the content coming from the backend. Okay, and we want to update this UL with this one, but simply we are not gonna delete this UL and create new one. We want this one to be updated intelligently, so that if there are event listeners on the UL element, it should not be actually lost. And let's understand how this actually works. So I'm going to click on next, and then the question comes, are these elements different? UL, this UL, and the coming UL. The answer is yes, they are different. And how can we make them the same? And we have to add class list disk to the left side. And then now the UL elements are the same. Click next. Are these elements different? The answer is yes, they are different. How can we make them the same? We take the content of this li and put it right here. Okay, and then this one changes into Matt. Tom was changed into Matt. The next one, are these elements different? The answer is no, they are not different. Let's move on the next one. Are there any extra elements that the live DOM doesn't have? This one is the live DOM. So let's scroll down below. And yes, the answer is yes, there are such elements. This one is Lee Travis. I'm going to click next, and then Lee Travis is appended inside the UL. And the next question is now both, there's no more questions. Both elements are exactly the same, and that's it. So if there were some event listeners on the UL or on the mat, on the mark, for example, the event listeners stay right there. Okay, that's important. Okay, we can actually get this and experiment with that. But I think to make this working. Okay, let's have a look right here. Okay, change me and then press the button. Okay, let's just remove that change me and run morph. Now look at this. The element, new element was added. We can have a look right here. The message tells change me and then press the button. We have an input inside which the message is outputted, and then we have span inside which the message is also outputted. We click run morph. We select the button, add event listener, click on that. Then we get the div element, this element, and then using Alpine morph, we update the element's outer HTML. Okay, we have that element, but we morph another element which might be coming from the backend, and that new element is like overwritten to that div element. But the point is that some things stay as it was state right there. For example, state. The message was changed. This one has the same message, initial same message, change me, then press the button. But because the message was changed, the message stays right there. So the state basically was changed. Okay, that's I think pretty cool. Let's grab this and leave in our VS Code as a future reference. Put the script 10.2. We have more examples, of course, down below. We can observe that and have a look. But first, let me actually get this HTML. Let's comment this focus and collapse. And this one is called morph. Put this right here. Now let's test this. Let's close the right side. Okay, change me, then press the button. So I change that. Okay, I click the run morph, and then the change me stays. Again, pay attention that the new string HTML string, which is morphed to that element, has a different message. But right here we see the message which was stayed right there. So that actually proves that our Alpine.js component was stayed right there. The events and state and everything was stayed right there. And that's pretty handy. Let's scroll down below and have a look in the lifecycle hooks. We can actually add an event listener to specific hooks. We can try to access to the parameters. This is always the actual current DOM element on the page that will be patched, changed by morph. 2L, this is a template element. It's a temporary element representing what the live element will be patched to. It will never actually live on the page and should only be used for reference purposes. And we have children only. This is a function that can be called inside the hook to tell morph to skip the current element and only patch its children. So I think you get the idea of this Morph plugin. I'm not going to actually go through all the details right here. But if you have case when you want to update your component dynamically, I mean the outer HTML, then you should probably have a closer look at Alpine Morph and its plugins and properties. And right here we have updating and updated. Those are the hooks, updated and removing and removed, adding, added, everything. And having a keys also is really good idea. For example, this one, let's observe this example. So this is a live DOM and this is new HTML. So we see Mark, Tom, and Travis. On the second case, we have Travis, Tom, and Travis, Mark, and Tom. So basically those elements were reordered. And when the new HTML comes, it cannot actually understand that Mark was moved down and Tom was moved up and Travis was moved up as well. So it simply replace the content right here. However, if we give those one keys, like this is the live DOM and Mark has key 1, Tom has key 2, and Travis has key 3, then it's going to properly, you should basically, it's a good practice to have keys on your elements, and then it's going to properly update that. Now that there are keys on the list, Morph will match them in both trees and move them accordingly. Okay, you can configure what Morph considers a key with the key configuration option. More on that here. So we can specify key configuration option right here. That was the last plugin from the Alpine.js, and yeah, that's all I wanted to mention about plugins. Again, you can have a closer look in the documentation if you are interested to start using them, but you probably get a good introduction on Alpine.js plugins. Alright guys, that was all about Alpine.js. If you like the video, please hit the like button. If you're new to my channel, please subscribe and enable notifications. If you love the video, please share it to your friends in the whole web development community so that others know about it. Thanks for watching and see you in the next time.